class the megafauna, or is it um, mythology or exaggeration? And I don't know. Right now, I feel like it could be both. I was listening to this really interesting podcast, and the Yale professor was giving why he thought that a lot of these could be real. For instance, he says, how do you have 10,000 people of all different social classes from different regions of Europe all agree on one thing? You would have to get every one of them to agree with you, right? So, and the fact that the Catholic Church was doing investigations, separate witness examinations, repetitive questioning, all the tactics that police use in the modern day in the Western world, the Catholic Church was using to investigate these social phenomenon, right? So, I mean, sorry, these not social, but metaphysical phenomenon. So, um, re-looking at that, I think that we have been convinced by the modern, like Protestants and Enlightenment thinkers, that all of this was mythical. They're all exaggerations. All this levitation and stuff were all made up by people. I mean, you know, what happens when you have 100,000 people see the same event? Is it mass hallucination or is it a miracle? You know, and that line is very thin. So I guess you could apply the same logic and say it could be true.
Are you saying the
I
like
mean, we have
the
met,
dancing?
yeah.
Sorry, I
Go
cut
ahead.
you off. It's are you saying it's like the dancing fever in described in Sicily?
Yeah, I mean that probably happened. Like for so many groups of people to go there and see it, and why would they all lie from different villages? They would have to have some kind of intense communication network to all lie, and the sacred trust, to like all keep all lie together. So yeah, I think a lot of these phenomena did happen, especially those that are well documented. The Catholic Church did investigation for weeks on some of these things, right? So they took this very seriously, a lot of this during the Middle Ages and afterwards. And the Enlightenment and like the Enlightenment and Protestant view was that the Protestants thought that any kind of miracle was the work of the devil because they thought they lived in a deist world now, that God didn't intervene anymore. Whereas the Catholics were open for miracles still to this day. So the
Mm.
Protestants are saying that any, isn't that interesting? Protestants are saying any miracles that happen in the world now are the work of the devil. And
Yeah, I
that
mean,
was
like
their
always,
position in
always
the
had a hard
1500s
time with
and
that.
1700s.
Like when I'm dealing with Protestants, like that, none
Yeah,
of them believe in like fucking like
yeah.
acts of God. You know what I mean?
Miracles and God. Exactly. Like, how are you, like, you know, and they're like a deist version of Christianity. And when I look into like the origin of a lot of the heretics of that existed even before Protestantism, we just call them different names: Pelagianism, Arianism. They're all the same idea that anyone should be able to interpret the voice of God. But then, the Anabaptists of Munster literally used that justification to say that they heard the voice of God to summon them into the city of Munster from the rural areas of Germany. And a group of like 20 men, basically led by two cult leaders, one in succession after another, which is extremely rare, by the way, for a cult to be succeeded by a second leader. Just think about in general, guys, right? Most cults are built around one person. Once that person dies, the whole cult dies, correct? So for there to be a second leader is extremely rare, but this did happen in this scenario. And this
I
guy was
mean,
able to convince a town of 8,000 men, like 8,000 people or more, that they should be able to have sex with all their married wives. How wild is that? And nobody thought that that was anti Christian after living in Christian Europe for like centuries.
I
None of
mean,
the
like,
people rose up.
didn't you have like the
Yeah,
Puritans and the fucking Mormons
yeah.
and
No, no, but the Puritans were in reaction against reformist Protestants who were too liberal and too open-minded, like the Reformed Protestants of the Netherlands, who thought making money was their way to reach God, essentially. So the Puritans went to the Netherlands, got close to them, and they were like, "Wow, these people know how to do trade. They could teach us." They started intermingling over centuries. So most of the Puritans came from a 60-mile radius of Haverhill in East England, in Anglia, and they were closest to the Netherlands, so they had centuries of trade. So they were exchanging ideas, ideologies, theories, right? Lifestyle, social phenomena, all of these were being exchanged. So that's why the Puritans were the closest to the Dutch. But what happened once the Puritans went to the Netherlands and saw how they lived out their lives, They said that the teenagers were so licentious, they never wanted their own children to live like that. So the Puritans are a strain that was similar to the Dutch, but became reactionary against the Dutch, saying that they raised their kids too liberally, that they would let their kids do anything in the cities and do whatever the fuck they wanted with no structure in their lives. So the Puritans were a hyper reaction against hyper liberal Dutch reformist Protestants.
Hmm. Yeah, but I mean,
And
like,
then,
ultimately, like,
so back to the Anabaptist. Yeah,
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
back to the point about the Munsters and Anabaptists, right? Like, my thing is like Christianity made people nice enough that they didn't know how to defend themselves, and it was up to the leaders of the town, the religious leaders, and the civic leaders to protect them. But when I look at the example of the Battle of Munster, these Christians were so nice; they let people do anything, essentially, right? And there is something like our leaders need to be extremely strong. They have to be extremely brave, and they have to be willing to put away any kind of communist or utopian Christian ideology because the Western people have been made so accepting, so nice in general, because they're living amongst each other and themselves that they can afford to do that. But once you let enemies or people who are not of your group to come in, they will take over politically. And we saw this with Protestant Anabaptists in 1500s, before immigrants, before Jews. So this is something that I'm noticing historically amongst the Europeans. They were so used to living on their own for a while, for the last 1,000 years, let's say, on and on since Christianity, right? Being spread, 1,300 years, 1,000 years. Like, they need really strong leaders. They really do. I think that is part of the problem we're experiencing now, because we have weak leaders who don't know how to deal with Jews, who don't know how to deal with migrants, who don't know how to deal with that. Now we're getting a reaction against the elite. But if I look historically, I mean, are the common people the type to bring law and order? No. Institutions? No. To kill people when necessary? No. To keep out enemies when necessary? No. Peasants don't do that. They watch sports and they barbecue on the weekend and they go to work. They don't even protest, right? So there's this idea of a right wing populist nationalist movement. It's just bogus. They're gonna be just like liberals and go too far with their own ideology, like Nazis, fascists, etc. So,
Well, isn't
I,
Nazism and like
yeah,
fascism and shit? Isn't that just like a reaction to like fucking industrial liberalism and shit?
yes, but it's also state liberalism. So America is individual Lockean liberalism, whereas um, uh, communism, fascism are all state liberalism. It's you bow to the state more than your God, more than your family.
Hmm.
And even the civic nationalism requires you to do that, does it not? The French revolutionaries made the people swear loyalty to the French state over the Catholic Church, over their family, over God. Actually, they are worse than theocrats. Theocrats will at least say worship your God and love your family. You know, state worshippers will say fuck your family, fuck your God, choose the state every fucking time.
I mean, I
You
was
know, when
making an
we right
argument.
wingers, yeah,
Yeah, I was making an argument earlier, right? That like
yeah,
the reason why, I mean, like fucking, we don't have like Christianity today doesn't have like any family type of shit in it, right? Is because like literally like all your family's like goal is to like fucking raise your kids to 18 and then send them to college so they can like become a proper part of the economy. Like you're basically just raising your kids for the economy and for the state. You're not raising them for your
for the
people.
state, for
Yeah,
the state, absolutely.
yeah.
How are we any different than communism? I mean, at this point, right? Look, once you have a nation state, you have a national economy. That means the head of the state or the bureaucracy can tell your region what to do instead of doing what you're best at. So historically, every region was good at something. Some were the best sheep herders, some were the best fishermen, some had the perfect land for growing wine, right? Grapes for wine. Some land were perfect for this and they figured it out. So your region used to produce what your region were good at producing naturally. The national economy of a nation state informs that if I need to export every working class job of this country outwards to make it cheaper in China for the creation for the supposed creation of a bigger middle class, then that is justified. I'm sorry, all you coal miners in America, all you industrial workers, you're gonna have to give up your jobs, sacrifice it at the altar of the greater good of the nation. That's the state telling you what you can grow, what you can't grow. That's FDR during wartime efforts telling you, hey, farmers, you have way too much cows. You need to kill 30% of your cows to maintain the price of the goods, right? So this is the
Well,
beginning of the national economy and
I
the
mean,
national GDP.
that was well. That one there was like, that's always been an issue. You know what I mean? Like no matter what, like
Yep.
no matter where the fuck you are, you had this problem of like when you had overproduction. You know what I mean? You had to like get rid of like some of the shit or whatever it is. That's kind of always been like a fucking thing, right? That's not like a.
Yes,
I mean, today it's done under the
because
state, but back in the day there was like co-ops. You
we've
know what I
had
mean?
global. Yes, but we've had global trade. See, there's a difference. I agree with you. I don't disagree with what you're saying. But back
Yeah.
then, it was your guilds that were deciding to do that. Now it's the state. Do you see the difference there?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I understand the state. Well, here's the thing, right? So, like under like FDR, the state, like because of like a Dust Bowl and all that type of shit, the state took over a lot of like what the counties used to do. And I mean, where you had like the county would come through and like dictate like fertilizer and irrigation and da 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 and all that type of shit or whatever, right? You know, what I mean, because like they failed at that fucking job and created the fucking Dust Bowl because like Americans had that capitalist ideology of where they went, hey, listen, we're going to stand here and just like fucking do everything we can to make money. Fuck the land, you know, right? They ended up standing here creating massive problems.
Yes, but FDR's government elongated the Great Depression and the Dust Bowl
Oh,
because
not the
what they
Dust
did
Bowl.
was they
No,
brought
no,
in
no.
foreign.
They fixed the Dust Bowl.
They did.
Right. They did.
They,
They just didn't.
no, they didn't. No,
They
they
fucked
didn't.
up the
No, no,
depression.
no, 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 no.
Listen,
That's
I
false.
got you. I get
No,
the
no,
fact
no.
that like they extended the fucking depression. I will agree with you on that, right?
No, no, no. Hold up, hold
Go
up,
ahead.
hold up. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but for different reasons. Like they brought in plants that they thought were going to stop the wind from eroding the land,
Right.
but in the geography of the plains of the Middle America, it actually didn't. So it actually did the opposite. It actually helped erosion. And this plant that they brought from, I think it was Asia or Europe, actually did more damage to the erosion than to help it or to alleviate it. So they literally lengthened it by trying to help it. Right.
Oh yeah.
And look, I'm not denying with you that there are cases like this historically, but not to the magnitude of the United States. Not to. I've never seen an empire literally get rid of all the manufacturing in their own country and agriculture. No, because your own people have to eat historically.
Britain
No
did it.
emperor ever said, "Okay, we're going to get rid of all agriculture in our country." That's never happened.
Well, the Anglos
This
did
is the
it.
first time in human history.
The Anglos
Yes,
did it.
exactly. The Anglos, yes, the Anglos, and then the United States are the first ones to do it. Absolutely.
I mean, yeah. You know, like fucking.
And like they're expecting everybody in America to be college students who are managers, essentially. Managers of what? Are you going to send us as like fucking American governors of the Philippines and then send us as like a civic fucking class to go rule over them? Because that's what you have to do essentially. If you're going to get rid of all the farming jobs, right? You have to provide all other jobs of the state and like the Dutch East India Trading Company, for example, to make up for all those jobs. Okay, so we now educated all of our middle class to be college educated. You now have to create jobs in the administration. And the way America could have or Britain could have done this is to send middle class British to go as local mayors and governors of regions that were.
Hey, what's going on with your microphone, buddy?
I don't know, man. My microphone's sucking right now. You need me to reset it? What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I was just asking. You know, what I mean, like fucking, it was just fucking getting all retarded and shit. But like, yeah, fucking, yeah. I mean, like this was, God, listen, fucking on. This was two parts, right? It was one half like fucking let's defeat the Soviets by creating massive amounts of GDP and shit, right? And then like the second half was a corporate fucking coup, right? Because like the workers were gaining too much fucking power, right? And taking too much of the goddamn currency, and then the government was printing too much fucking currency. That currency was going into the hands of fucking workers, and those workers were fucking causing fucking inflation through fucking demand. right? That was like one of the biggest goddamn issues, right? And then the boomers, you know, what I mean, the boomers like fucking when the boomers joined the goddamn unions, right? They ended up making fucking insane goddamn demands of like the fucking unions, right? Of fucking companies, you know, in the union contracts and shit. And like the fucking companies were like, yo, fuck this shit, we're fucking out, right? And this is, you know, I mean, kind of what the fuck happened, right? That's why it is we got rid of like all of our manufacturing. Add to that, the manufacturing that we had built up, it wasn't built up in like the 18 fucking 40s and 50s. Like we had the 1860s and 80s and shit where you had like Bethlehem Steel and you had, you know, fucking or Carnegie Steel, General Electric, Standard Oil, all that type of shit. But like most of the industrialization period happened in like between 1900 and like 19 fucking 50. And like, yo, once we built all that the fuck up, and I mean, we ended up standing here, having that end up being, shit, I derailed my train of thought. Fucking, we ended up like fucking standing here having like this situation. And listen, I'm trying to think. We ended up having it fucking create. Oh yeah. We had it. All right, we ended up fucking having the rest of the world get bombed the fuck out when we were at our absolute peak. Right, you know what I mean? So like we had a massive amount of like fucking world GDP and global exports and manufacturing processes in the United States, right? That's something that was like a process of like fucking geopolitics and not part of like, you know what I mean, some like fucking plan, you know what I mean, that was supposed to fucking happen. You know, like Germany and fucking Japan and all these other fucking giant industrial fucking powers were exploded, so they didn't have any factories. And when they started catching up in the 70s and 80s, because like 20, 30 years after World War II, you know, I mean, these fucking factories were rebuilt and all of a sudden they're exporting to us. It's a fucking problem. You know what I mean? Like we all of a sudden we have to compete with, you know what I mean, like people who have a much lower standard of living than we do. Like this is, you know what I mean, something that we didn't really, you know what I mean, fucking think about. And instead of like standing here shutting all fucking exports because like we were worried
Yeah,
about like, you know what I mean, the fucking the Bretton Woods order that we had fucking put into place, and I mean to keep everybody on our side from the Soviets, you know, fucking because we didn't want to spread, we had to have communism and socialism spread. We ended up fucked. You know what I mean? That's where we are.
absolutely. So I agree with you that we can't just be importers. We have to export things too to bring the money dollar back essentially in America, right? So if we wanted to continue this model that we had been doing since World War One and World War Two, the only way to sustain it is to rig the economy so that there are exports that people want around the world and need us to give it to them, like oil with Japan historically, right? Oil with a lot of um, so that we didn't do exports, we did all importing. And then also we have to realize one of the biggest points that I'm trying to get through to people is that this is normal. What we're going through right now is so normal. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, all this TFR shit, all the people having less children, this is all normal. This is what you get after an economic boom of this magnitude that we took huge advantage of, maximal advantage of, but not as much as, not the way I would have done it, but we did to an extent. And by doing this, now you have a lower class who got used to living the bougie lifestyle from the last 50, 60 years, right? You've had, like until the 90s, basically, we were living off the high and boom of post World War II. We got so used to it that we think that's normal life. And now everybody's criticizing boomers because they got to live in that life and the younger generations will never be able to live in that life because all good things come to an end. And because we exported our industrial sector to China. So, in my opinion, like everybody reacting right now are basically reacting because they're realizing that they'll never have the social security that their boomers got, and the economy that their boomers got, and the housing prices that their boomers got. And this is what happens when you make 50% of your country wealthy or pretty rich and decently
Well,
rich enough
I made
that they can all become invested in the stock market. And the only way they invest in their country is now through the stock market, which is like not real investment and production and valuable commodities being traded and created, like ball bearings. Ball bearings are so useful in the world. Zippers. China owns 98% of the zipper production in the world. Without China, no zipper vests, no zipper bags, nothing. So if whoever has the monopoly on the zippers in the future, it's a lot of power, and people don't realize this, right? And we've given away all of our things as the United States we could have given to the rest of the world. We got rid of all of that by exporting that to other countries, and there were benefits for sure. You got a bigger middle class, but now you got a bigger bougie middle class and a bigger bougie working class who got so used to eating McDonald's 3 times a day or eating at restaurants 3 times a week, even as a working class family, that they think that this is the new normal as well. And no, none of them will be happy to see our living standards go back to before the economic boom of being the only manufacturers in the world for the last 7 years.
Hmm.
And now China has that. China's going to go through what we went through in the last 80 years. They're going to have this, but it was shorter, like 30 years of economic boom. Now they're dealing with TFR, and they can't bring in immigrants like we can. Uh-oh. What are they going to do now? Bring in a billion Indian immigrants? Bring in 700 million, 500 million, 300 million Indian immigrants to replace their boomer population? Oh, that's not going to happen.
True.
I
This
don't
whole
know if the Indian,
economic model, yeah.
I don't know if the Indian birth rate's still going up.
It's not, but it
It's
doesn't
not,
matter.
but I'm saying for China to maintain the workforce that they want now, that's what they're going to have to do. Is my like, you know how we
Yeah,
had to bring in all these Mexican, right? All these cheap labor. That's what I'm saying. They would have to do the equivalent to maintain this model for longer. And for me, it's like this is the end of it. Their boomer population is dying out. There's no way to sustain this model. The younger generation doesn't even want to do this work and gave up. They're called a lying down generation, but they refuse to do a lot of these jobs. So like even younger generations are so bougie in China. In China, which used to be one of the poorest countries for even in the last 30 years. And their kids are being like, oh yeah, I deserve a better job than like working in factories and doing menial jobs and stuff. Even in America, it's the same thing. You know, there are 4 million men that left the workforce during COVID. You know what they're probably doing? Either they won a shitload of money off of Bitcoin and retired, or they're living in their parents' basement, giving up on life. That's basically.
That's fucking based. I mean, like, I made a solid argument, right, that like a lot of this is actually due to the fact of the energy cost going to fuck up. Right. I said, listen, I mean, back in like the 19 fucking 50s and 40s and shit, you could just throw like fucking infinite amounts of goddamn fucking oil and everything, right? And it would just fucking work. And you could have like people living in the goddamn suburbs and cheap fucking houses and cheap fucking food and cheap fucking clothes and cheap fucking everything and keep having pay rates go the fuck up because you could just keep throwing fucking oil at problems. And that ended in the 1970s when the United States basically ran the fuck out of goddamn oil and had to rely on fucking OPEC.
Yep.
Right? You know what I mean? And
I mean, it's not that we no. It's not that we ran out of oil. It's that we stopped producing oil. It's that we stopped drilling for oil. It's environmentalism. It's the biggest religion and enemy.
No. I'm talking about like the fucking easily accessible oil, right? Like fucking like the shit in Texas and the shit in Pittsburgh and Ohio.
No, there's always been oil that we could have gotten access to. It's just that we stopped.
I mean, Alaska.
Environmentalism and not looking. No, not just Alaska. Look, we just found reserves off the coast of California. That's like hundreds of millions of dollars a ton. No, I used to think that too. Dude, America has so much resources that we haven't even looked for because it might hurt the environment. That's where we're at.
I mean, yo, wait. All right, so, all right, you know about net energy?
Yeah, we're low on energy.
No, net energy, right?
No,
like the
net energy.
Yeah, net energy. Right. So like the cost and like the amount of energy you put into something versus how much you get back out, right? So like when oil's seeping out of the ground in Pennsylvania, you get a return of like 1,000 to 1, right? But if you have to go offshore, I mean, it drops down to like fucking 50 to 1, right? Doing fracking, it's negative, right? Because like literally fracking is fucking retarded. Like, listen, like just not because of environmental shit, but because like literally it's fucking retarded. Like nobody has turned a profit on fracking yet. Almost all the companies are like fucking standing here. Like the ones that are successful are just borrowing more money. They're literally living like Uber at this point. Like it is fucking terrible. It really is. So like that's the problem. Like offshore drilling isn't the same as oil seeping out of the fucking ground. Like for instance, the cost of like oil in Saudi Arabia, right, and in Guar, right, is the same as like the cost of oil in Texas, right, and like the Balkans, right? You know what I mean? It's not, but it's not the fucking same as like fucking shit and that's like on off sea drilling rigs, like a North Sea or Gulf or like off the coast of fucking California or whatever the case is. That shit's more expensive because like literally you have to drill a fucking oil rig under the goddamn ocean. You know what I mean? Like that's a fucking big ass fucking ask. You know what I mean? For anybody as far as shit's
Yeah, I'm
concerned.
not denying that. I'm not denying that. But regardless, like my general point was about oil was that we need we need to export things to bring the dollar back to America if we're going to import a lot of things. There's no other way to do this. If you want to be the dollar reserve and you want to have the rest of the world use your currency, you need a way to bring that money back to America. Or you're doing what we have now, which is the whole world uses us as a reserve currency. They don't want to invest. They don't want to invest in America, and we're going to shit while the rest of the world is building fucking cyberpunk cities of like 2080 already. And we're behind. And we won't see that for generations. I don't think you guys understand. Look, with the boomers dying out, um, our cities are going to go to shit in the next 50 years. Our pipes in the ground have been underground for 180 years, since like the 1850s to 1880s. We have a lot of problems that we have to deal with coming up, and we're going to have less people, we're going to have less capital, we're going to have less everything to do with these things. Less workers, less businesses, less everything. We're about to go into a downturn, right? No matter what.
Yeah, I mean, I'm well
And
aware.
most people don't even realize the downturn. Like, from my perspective, we're going to go back to like 1910s economics around the world. So the global population sustain that can be sustained is only going to be like 2-3 billion people, maybe less. It's not going to be. We're not going to have the 7 billion people population. So there's going to be way less innovation, way less businesses, way less jobs, way less everything, way less opportunity.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
I'm I'm well aware, right? And I mean how fuck shit is,
but
right? And I mean like
yeah,
I talk about this all the time with my city, right? Where like literally like the fucking the sewage pipes are linked to the fucking water drainage pipes for some fucking reason because
oh
they were put
my god,
in back in like the fucking 1830s, 1840s,
yeah,
and they're all terracotta, right?
absolutely.
And it's okay as long as like there's not massive amounts of rain, which actually happens once a goddamn year minimum, right? And then like once you have flooding and you're trying to get rid of like the water drainage and get it into the fucking river, you end up having like fucking tons of like fucking raw sewage dumped in the river, and then you have E. coli outbreaks and shit, right? You know what I mean? Like these are
Yeah,
fucking giant ass fucking issues that we're not having fucking conversations about because of the fact that like yo, nobody wants to fucking invest in the fucking infrastructure of like American fucking cities because
correct.
like
They're
fucking
not going to see it. They're not going to get to enjoy it. It's
yeah.
going to be rebuilt. And not only that, how do we tell like the entire portion? Look, even for New York to completely revamp their water system, realistically, pragmatically, let's look at that. They're going to need entire blocks of the city to move out at a time, and that doesn't guarantee water connection to the other parts of the city. So the only way you could actually technically redo New York City is to wait for a downfall where everybody moves out of New York City. That is the only time. When's that going to happen?
Never.
Right? And then once that happens, exactly. And then right, so that this is a problem. And not only that, like America built most of its homes with wood, whereas Europe built their homes with stone. So they're like more flood protected, better for during disasters. They last longer, whereas America has to rebuild all its homes every 50 years technically. They don't though all the time. So we have our own problems to deal with that. When I look at the problems of America, it's like everybody built for short term and nobody thought long term. And now we're gonna have to deal with all these costs, whether it's federal infrastructure, city infrastructure, local home building, everything at every level. It's just all short term things. And
Yo,
remember that
Tommy.
story
What up?
we heard growing up?
I'm just saying, right? This might be a good upload because he's, spitting some nice shit.
Yeah, listen, I'm live streaming it right now, bro.
Oh fuck yeah.
Like,
Yo,
listen,
you didn't even get my fucking permission. What the fuck is this bullshit?
yo, fuck you, bro. Listen, bro. Like, listen,
You
I want to
know,
share your knowledge with the
like,
world.
bro,
Okay,
we have
like that.
so many problems, bro. We like, I don't even think like even TFR wise and everything. We're basically gonna go back to like the 1910s, and most people
Yo,
aren't ready for this shit. What do you
Mr.
think?
Jukebox. Geo. That's right.
Yeah.
Um, you are aware of the aquifers too, right?
Absolutely. Every infrastructure, like dams, 6,000 dams are slated to fail in the next 5-10 years,
Yeah.
and
6,000?
Yeah.
yeah, and 600 of them have people living in valleys underneath the dams. So like entire regions are going to be gone. If the federal government can't maintain roads, there are going to be entire rural areas that are cut off again. Remember that hurricane we just saw in South Carolina recently, or North Carolina? North
Yeah.
Carolina.
Yeah.
Was it
Yeah. Yeah.
South or North?
North.
And one road being cut off, right? Cut off the entire, like half the county to the rest of the world. So people need to start leaving these areas if they want connection to the modern world. Otherwise, they might be back in like the 1850s.
Well, I mean, the problem. All right, so again, like the issue with them is right is that like it's not like the people who like are supposed to be living there who used to live there. Them motherfuckers are fine. The issue is the motherfuckers who built
Yeah.
townhomes and tried to
The new
retire them because
people,
it's cheap.
correct. Absolutely, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. But not only that, bro, like, uh, there's so many layers to this shit. Like, that's why I'm trying to hit at layers to show you how deep this shit goes. Um, a lot of our school districts are about to go out of to become bankrupt, and our property taxes, which means the pensions of government workers at a local, state, federal level,
Yeah,
which is a
listen, we were
huge chunk
bro.
of our
Listen, I
middle
was
class.
covering this back in 2017. You know what I mean? Like this is not
No,
new
we
information.
all the libertarians have been covering this for 10 years, but like no, the problem is like all these important things, no one's talking about, and everybody's talking about trans rights.
Well, no, like yo,
That's
we
a
keep up
huge
on this
part of
over
the
here,
problem.
right? Like yo, so
No, no,
you
we
know the
do.
scheme
No,
that they
no,
ran,
hold on,
right?
hold on. Look. You and I, great, we know this, but our government workers, our bureaucrats, our country's leaders don't. Or if they do, they haven't done anything about it.
Mm. No, they did. They
So
did. They did.
that's the problem
No,
we
they did. They
have.
did do something about this, right? So what they did was, and it's like I didn't know how they were going to get out of this. I knew they would weasel their way out of it one way or another eventually, right? Because like these motherfuckers are nothing if not clever. Fucking. So what they did is instead of, you know what I mean, fucking like shoring up, like the fucking shit or like fucking canceling pensions or whatever it was. First off, they fired teachers. You know what I mean, because that saved the school district some money. And then they had the local property tax assessors go around and
Yes,
overvalue all the fucking homes in the
correct.
neighborhood so they can collect more
Absolutely.
fucking money.
Absolutely. For the last 10 years, at least,
Yeah,
that we
yeah,
know of.
yeah.
And which means we're over leveraged, we're overtaxed, we're over appraised on all of this property because of the government not having enough money, and over budgeting for like the last 50 years collectively, which leads to budget oversight, right? So now, like for one instance, in Boston and Newton, they wanted like a mental retard helper teacher, special assistant teacher in every classroom or some shit. This was unsustainable. So now they're running out of money, and this is one of the richest fucking areas in Boston. Newton, one of like this is where Joe Rogan grew up, but back then it was like poor. Now it's like one of the richest areas because it's nearby Boston enough that if you're rich, it's like living in the suburb of New York City. So even they're running out of money. The richest district in Boston is running out of money. When the richest district is running out of money, this is a problem. That means everybody else is over leveraged. And it's all because of liberal and progressive policy, right? Oh, every kid deserves a special teacher to help them if they're not doing great in school or some shit. So you want an individual teacher for the bottom 40, 50, 60 percentile of your school. That's what you're saying. This is unsustainable. So we're screwed in every domain. Imagine if teachers can't get paid their fucking paycheck collectively in entire counties. Imagine they say, okay, we lost your pension, it's all gone. That's where we're at. And New Jersey's been in this scenario for the last 10 years, 15 years, and they still haven't come up with a resolution. They were the first state to go through this, and they still don't have a resolution. Yeah, we're just waiting on the downfall at this point, and it's not going to look good. It's not going to be.
I mean, like you know, the problem is that like yo, they promise pensions. Like I have some solutions, you know what I mean, that like make more sense. Like one of the ones would be, you know what I mean, like instead of like having those fucking teacher contracts where like you negotiate for like the fucking you negotiate for like pay and pensions. You negotiate for like fucking these you negotiate for like fucking a certain percentage of like the amount of money that the state spends on every student, right? And I mean, that would be a better way of doing this, you know what I mean? And then like you cut back on like the fucking pensions and shit. But the problem is like once you cut out the pensions, then you end up having like fucking the local property taxes not being able to be met, and like motherfuckers aren't able to pay their goddamn bills, right? So like you're in a catch-22 where it's like the boomers who are upholding everything, you know what I mean, because like they're paying the fucking bills and paying the property taxes, you know what I mean? Like, yo, you have to keep giving them this fucking pension money and the 401k money. But on the other hand, you know what I mean, like fucking you can't keep like fucking having children going to a school that's under fucking water. Right. You know what I mean? Like neither one of these work. I mean, I'm not sure like how to fix this. Like it fucking doesn't, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't make any goddamn sense. Maybe.
No, but this is like the classic problem of America. Some people want the freedom to be flooded, and some people want the freedom to have the best future. And those values are not always aligned. And some people prioritize education, and some don't. And this is the first society that instead of us,
where are you from, by the way?
originally born in South Korea, but I was raised in Jersey and New York.
So what's the biggest difference between South Korea and America?
As of now, the South Korea is basically America light. Most people are
No.
materialistic.
The difference is South Korea is 99.9% Korean, and America is 30% white and
homogenous.
a mix of everything else, right? So that's my point, right? Like you guys can have socialism over there. You guys can have socialism over there because you guys all like have the same food, culture, language, all that. We don't, right? And I think that's the big problem, right? Like here, everybody wants a fucking seat at the table, but only some people contribute, and the people who kind of run the system are scamming the fuck out of everybody else because people are dumb and they can't keep up, right? So that's what. Sorry to make
absolutely, but yes, even when America was majority white, you guys had the same problem where the lower classes. Look, a lot of people don't know this, but Thomas Paine, the father of classical liberalism, the Anglo Enlightenment, right? He himself said that eventually you're going to have socialism in a free society because the 120 IQ people will be fine. They'll be able to self-actualize, be completely responsible for their family's wealth and management, but everybody else won't be able to.
Yeah. The problem is that you're not wrong, but the people running society have figured out that we can use that fact that you're saying there and use it as a weapon against people, because now the people with 130 IQ, we get run out of society because we're problematic for the people that run shit and shouldn't be running shit. Does that make sense? And they use
yes, absolutely. Yeah. But those people used to be called aristocrats and nobles of society. But now you have a liberal society where you got rid of nobility and aristocracy, and all these people are now free agents of the world, free market capitalists, globalist capitalists. And so now they don't even have to be loyal to their own country. They don't have to invest in their own country. They don't have to go into the military for their own country. Exactly. Hold up, just real quick. Then liberals got exactly what they wanted. Actually,
let me ask you a personal question. Did you see that whole thing with Johnny Somali over there? I'm sure you're aware of it, right?
Yeah, I have.
Like I just see that as a great example.
From America, though, right? But we learned American civics from Germany and America, like Japan and Korea. You know that, right? So of course we had our own social norms and values, but the modern Western civics that we started teaching in modern schools that came from America and Germany, the way that Japanese and Koreans used to behave is the way that Americans used to behave until the 1960s.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. And my point in bringing that up with Johnny Somali is like, how are Koreans reacting when you drop off a bunch of African, sub-Saharan, low IQ people into South Korea, right? Like, how does that work out?
It's not. I know we have had those people, but those people aren't the type to do the thing that Johnny Somali's doing. Whereas Johnny Somali is touching like sacred, like the Comfort Women statue is a sacred like symbol of liberal Korea.
Yeah, I know.
You get what I'm saying? So it's
I know,
religion. So it's like a religious statue.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, first of all, I think Johnny Somali was sent over there to buy America or some other nation, I'm not sure who, to come and cause you guys a bunch of problems. And South Korea rightfully put his ass in prison. You know what I mean? But My point is that
I just think that it's just a guy trying to get clout, and he thought,
I
you know,
mean
he could get away with
I
this
don't
shit. Like he could
I
in
mean
America. Just real quick, like in
yeah.
America, you could get away with this shit. So I think he got too comfortable being in America, and then when you travel around the world, you realize that other countries, and even in America, I mean, look, like Japan went to research American civics and German civics. And they're like, which civics fits more with the Japanese people? And they said that American civics was much too individualized and their people were more collective. So they decided to go with German civics. And in Germany, even in the 80s and 90s, if you visited like Munich or Berlin, and you as an American tourist spit on the ground, all the German citizens around you would castigate you. Why are you spitting on our ground? We don't even litter on our own ground. Who the fuck are you to litter on our?
Of
That is the
course.
pride of nationalism and patriotism that nationalism breeds, essentially.
Right,
But
of
what we're
course. But
doing right now is for me, we're just comparing like national civics that our schools should be teaching that some countries have kept on doing and some countries haven't been doing, like America. But based on
well
individual rights was
it
the argument
it
in the
but
60s. We stopped
yeah,
doing those things.
but I mean, but I'm just trying to say that like obviously white people didn't wake up one day and say let's just socially engineer a society to completely collapse and become a
But
casino
that
for
is
people to make
liberalism.
money, right?
Liberalism is social engineering. I don't get. It's not just
Sure,
socialism and communism. It's
I don't
also
think,
like
but
liberalism.
nobody wakes up one day and becomes a liberal. It's beaten into their
No,
head
but
via
yes,
education and media and everything else, right? So
same propaganda, right? Same propaganda as we understand it. Bernays, right? All of them realize this that every liberal state has to push a new identity that the people subsume under. So liberalism says that we reject identity based on religion or tradition, and you don't have the right to force an identity on the people. Except us, except the state, we're going to forge an identity for you, and you're going to follow it. And if you don't follow it, we're going
right.
to ostracize you.
So I'll
So
give
they're
you an
doing the same
example.
thing, in other words, right? They're no different than the authoritarian religious states. In fact, they're worse because now they're making up a new ideology that the people had nothing to do with. The aristocracy of your society and your priest class have nothing to do with. And you're having a bunch of French
I
intellectuals think of a national identity
I,
that
I
is
totally
non-religious, that is non-traditional, right?
I totally agree with you. And I guess the point I'm just trying to get to is that if you think Korea is immune to it, you're going to find out soon that it's not. Because
No, it's
what,
No,
not.
like I'll give you an
no,
example.
no. They're more susceptible to it. Like I
Yeah,
never
I agree.
argued so
Yeah,
far in this that Korea is somehow immune to this. If you want to ask me about Korea, I think Korea
yeah.
is in the
And I'm not
worst,
saying that.
way
And I'm not
worse.
saying that.
Hold up.
I'm
Like,
not saying that
hold up, just
adversarially
real
to you.
quick.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. I'm not
I'm
saying
not
that
saying you're
against you
doing that, but I don't know why we went down this rabbit hole when we were originally talking about America and its problems. I feel like this is like kind of like a
because the
Korea's no better kind
contrast
of comparison, but
because the contrast
uh,
paints a better picture for people in America because
It
they don't know
doesn't,
what it's
yo. It
like, right?
doesn't. It doesn't, bro. Like, yo,
it
Korea's
doesn't.
Korea's way
Like
worse, bro. Like, because like they're literally like
Korea is
fucking.
10 times worse than
Yo,
America right now. They're not
like,
having children. There's a gender war. Bro, Korean men are more far right on average than even American men are on
I
the same
agree.
metric.
I agree. But
So
here's the
you have
thing.
to like,
Here, yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say is like, look, in a certain extent, you guys need a little liberalism as far as like
no, they
you guys
don't.
treat your women like shit. Wait, you guys
No,
no,
they
treat
don't.
no.
you got
Oh my
hold up.
God, bro.
Let me
Like,
make my
listen. No,
point.
no, no, no.
Let me
Yo,
make my
wait, wait,
point.
wait, wait, wait. They
Let me
don't
make my
treat their
point,
women like
bro.
Bro,
shit. They treat their women the way
Yeah,
women are supposed
some
to be
do.
treated.
Absolutely. Yeah, sure, maybe, but again, even if that's true, you're trying to mix modern life with ancient tradition, and obviously, my point is that's not working out, right? Like
well, it
some
was
things gotta
working out
give.
in America. This is bullshit. This is a bullshit point. In America, it was working out until the 1950s and 60s when all the liberals got rid of every tradition, Bible study and religion in schools,
See,
Ten
you're
Commandments.
not wrong, but it.
Just can I wait? Hold up. Let me just finish the thought before you jump back in because you seem to kind of do that continually. Um, America used to teach manners and etiquette so that even poor Irish and poor black kids whose parents were at the factory, at the farming fields, would have etiquette and manners. We stopped doing that as a country because liberals argued for individual rights and regional rights, which even then in their own region they don't fucking do anyway. So what's the point of that argument? Um, and we used to teach civics in school, 3 years of civic education, and 25 out of the 30 states in the 1940s wouldn't even let you fucking graduate high school unless you could pass a civics exam. So they wouldn't even let you make more money in the economy as a member of a citizen if you couldn't graduate from high school. This
Sure,
is how hard and how strong people thought of civics as a unifying identity in America
I
historically.
agree
I'm
with you,
just saying,
but
I'm just pointing out that
yeah,
America used to do these things. There's nothing that stops us from doing these things except the feelings of middle class women and communists and socialists and leftists in America. That's it.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying, but I think this has been going on a lot longer than what you're
Yeah,
portraying.
from
And
my
again, this I'm not
perspective,
saying
it's
this
been
against
going
you,
on
right?
for about 500 years. Like, so for
Yeah,
personal, you
exactly.
don't
Yeah,
know my perspective. So for me, it
yeah,
started with
yeah.
like
I agree.
the Protestant Reformation and the Enlightenment. So
I
I
agree. Yeah,
agree that this has been going
my
on, right?
and again,
So,
my points at you are not really at you. It's just towards the audience. So don't take it. It's not personal against you at all. So
Mm.
so
gotcha.
Yo,
Yeah, I
listen,
don't
yo,
know
yeah.
your
yo,
So
scope.
Neurojack,
I don't know the
Neurojack,
audience
this,
here
yo,
and
this
the
Geo
whole
guy, I'll be real, bro. Like, I
judgmental.
have learned so fucking much from him. That's why I'm not, like, interrupting him, and I'll just let him rock. You know what I mean? I'll let that nigga cook. You know what I'm saying? Just
yeah, but
let him
yeah, I
cook.
get it. Yeah,
Like, yo, he gets it, bro. Like, 100%. Like, this is why, like, I was like, oh, bro, Geo's here? Like, listen, I'm gonna fucking hit the live stream button. Like, yo, because my man's, like, needs to be shared with the rest of the world. This motherfucker is goddamn brilliant, right? And like he's 100% right on almost everything he fucking says. You know what I mean? There's
sure.
some little
Yeah,
quibbles here and there, right? But like he understands. Like so, when he
yeah. I'm
talks
just trying to
about
fill
like
him out.
the Protestant
I'm just
shit
trying to
and
fill
all
him
this
out.
type of stuff, right? This Protestant shit and all this shit, right? Like he's right. You know what I mean? Like I was gonna ask him about Plato. You know what I mean? Here in a minute. You know what I mean? Like fucking take it the whole way back, where like
Sure.
Plato like
Yeah.
broke down like democracy and how democracy leads to all the things that in the Republic, literally like fucking this shit was wrote the fuck down. What the hell we're going through right now, right? I was gonna ask him
Yeah.
about that here soon, right? You know what I mean? But like I was just letting him cook, right, for the moment, letting him get his shit in, because like
Yeah.
he has some shit
And I
he wants to
apologize for
say.
Yeah, and I apologize for jumping in. I mean,
There
I
you
have a
go.
lot of thoughts on this because me and my friend, like I'll just give you an example. I'm not going to get into my personal life, but let's just say I'm an advocate for. I think that Americans and Asians have a lot in common, and we can help each other, right? Particularly Koreans and Chinese, Japanese. I think there's a little bit of a harder thing there, but I think Koreans and Chinese, Americans, we can help each other, right? And so because I think, like you said, like a lot of Koreans are actually pretty right wing, and you guys have a really hard time because the liberalism is affecting, you guys' relationships with the men and women, and obviously America has that problem too, right? And I don't know. I mean, but I'm sure you're smart doing all that. But hopefully, I'll get to talk to you more on this kind of stuff at another time. But I just came out of another debate, or not a discussion with Tom and with another friend of mine about nationalism and all this. So I'm a little bit fired up already because I've been talking about this shit
Like,
for 2 weeks straight,
yeah,
and nobody's really comprehended what I'm trying to get at, other than like Tom and a couple other people. So
yeah. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I just have to like instead of doing it question by question with 100 questions, it's better to just be outright with our positions, and then that'll make it easier instead of you trying to figure out my position with 200 questions. You know what I'm saying? So, um, look, national. Look, do you know what's crazy? Do you know how everybody for the last 200 years bitches about German nationalism, whether it's the Austro-Hungarian Empire, whether it's Hitler, all these movements. These are all a direct reaction against French nationalism. So German nationalism as an idea comes forth in the 1810s through two writers who are writing about how the French have unified under one singular identity and that they are posing a threat to the German people who are decentralized. Give me 1 second. Give me one.
Yeah, I literally like I talk about this all the fucking time, right? Where it's like the reaction of having like proper states and like fucking countries, you know what I mean, in fucking Europe was, you know what I mean, a chain reaction that started with fucking France and Britain. And then, you know, we went the whole way through Europe where like each of these countries could no longer stand on their fucking own because like they were tired, like little I don't know, you want to call them microstates, territories, small little fucking like fiefdoms, whatever the case is, small little kingdoms, petty kings and shit, and fucking in fucking a lot of fucking Europe. Germany ended up becoming unified. Motherfucking the fucking Italians became fucking unified. I think Germany was like 18. want to say 86. I think I'm wrong there. It might have been like 1865, 1868, something like that. Italy was fucking 1890. Fucking like each of these places didn't become unified until very later on than you would fucking think. Right. And I talk about this where it's like, the amount of people in Italy who spoke Italian in 1900.
So the unification of Germany, I believe, was around the 1850s.
I think it was like 1860 something. I can look it up. Not a really fucking huge goddamn deal. Right. Fucking open a new tab so I don't fucking interrupt this shit. New window. Fucking unification of Germany. Okay, see.
Yeah, I brought that up real quick to point out that in America Okay, so I brought up that paradigm to explain how in America we have a problem and we have a situation where everybody's a constitutionalist in America. It's just which constitution are you preserving? Are you preserving the 1776 Constitution? Are you preserving 1820 Jacksonian democracy Constitution? Are you preserving Lincoln's 1860s Constitution, where the federal state can now stop states from seceding, which was a right that all states had in case they got tyrannical? Are we the Wilson and Teddy Roosevelt to FDR progressive Constitution, of which there were different eras? Are we the 1964 Lyndon B. Johnson JFK Civil Rights Act Constitution? Are we the civic nationalism of the 1910s of the progressives? Are we the economic nationalists of Hamilton? All Americans can choose and pick which is their identity and say that we're right. We have a war of an ideology of many different shades. Religious, you could be a reformist, you could be an evangelical, you can be a Methodist, a Baptist, goes on and on. You can build Hindu temples apparently in America, right?
Yeah,
we're gonna have giant Hindu temples across America.
Hilarious. Tell me that's not fucking hilarious.
We are so fucked. You know why this is funny? Because even the Dutch liberals of the 1500s, they allowed for religious freedom, but if you were not a Dutch Reformed Protestant, you had to practice your religion in the safety of your home. Whereas in America, the majority practices Christianity in their homes, while the minorities create public statues to their own gods. This is the sickness of liberalism, that you allow minorities in your countries to do things that even you are not willing to do because you don't want to be oppressive. But you don't extend that same thing to the minorities and say, look, why should a small minority of our country have the ability to put their religion into the public sphere against the majority? They never see it from that perspective. Like, they don't understand how
you know why, dude. You know why. Right?
Because they're liberals. I'm sorry, but it's their ideology of like universal love, really. It's really universal love.
Bro, listen, again, I don't even think it's that fucking complicated, bro. I really don't. I think it's just money.
Can I just make a quick argument for that, though?
Go ahead, Dog.
It's funny, but it's also absolutely. But the ideology comes as well along with the money, right? So, look. So 2,400 years ago, you had the Warring States period in China. 2,700 years ago. Okay, you had 100 centuries of Warring States period. During this period, a whole bunch of ideologies arose as a way to try to get them out of this warlord, constant warfare, brother against brother, father against son, etc., etc. And a whole bunch of ideologies started arising and religions as a way to deal with this problem and try to get themselves out of this situation through a new social technology. And at the time, you have Confucius forming, you have Taoists, you have legalists, and you have Mohists. And there's dozens of schools, but these are the four major schools that are the most popular amongst the population. Confucian, give me one.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, I'm gonna throw mine in here, just like while we're sitting here for a second. You know, what I mean, because of the fact that like, he dipped out, right? Just for a moment, right? I think.
Wait,
that,
let me just finish.
Good. Let me just finish. I was just filling in air because you were gone. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
All right. So you have these four different things. Legalism is the idea that you only need laws in society, just like liberals think, just like Enlightenment liberals think, right? You only need laws. We don't need like tradition or religion. We just need laws. But the Chinese figured out a long time ago that a society with just laws leads to such a rigid society that there's no spirit of the laws. There's no intention of the laws. It is purely the rigidity of the letter of the law. And that became so tyrannical. For instance, there's an ancient story in China where two generals were on their way to help their emperor and gather their troops. Suddenly, a huge storm appears, and the floods it creates prevents them from crossing the valley to meet their emperor. Because of the legalistic laws of that society, the two generals decide it's better to betray their country and run away than to go and explain to their emperor that they were late because of nature and there was nothing they could do. There is no forgiveness. So you are incentivizing your own citizens and your own bureaucrats and aristocrats to literally betray your country because they don't see a way out. Right. Kind of like the Soviet Union in a way. Okay. So the Mohists were kind of universalists and they wanted universal love. And their answer to all this violence in the Warring States period is universal love. And they say that we should treat strangers as if they were our own children, as if they were our own parents. But the Confucians said that while love should be unconditional, it should not be indiscriminate. For example, children should hold a greater love for their parents than for random strangers. We are going through the same ideological civilizational fight that the Chinese were going through between 2400s and 700 AD when they finally accepted, 400 AD when they finally accepted Confucianism as one of their state ideologies. Confucius is an interesting case because he comes about telling you a way of living that should be almost common sense. And the fact that it had to be rediscovered in 400 BC to 300 AD, the fact that taking care of your family is more important than taking care of strangers had to be explained again to the Chinese civilization and imbibed as a cultural norm again, shows you how easy it is to lose the social cohesion and social technologies of your society that allow large, complex societies to be unified to work together. Okay. And liberalism and enlightenment destroys the social cohesion of every civilization because every civilization is based on the idea that it's the core unit is the family unit. And liberalism gives you the ability to abscond your responsibility as a family member, as a member of your society. Right. So, from my perspective, any society that takes on liberalism for a long period of time will eventually get rid of the reason for having children. Will eventually get rid of the reason for passing down wealth to the next generation. Of hard work, of even the idea. Milton Friedman even admitted this. This individualist libertarian Milton Friedman was asked by this college student, why don't we have inheritance tax? He says two reasons. Number one, if we have inheritance tax, all the rich would be incentivized to spend their money frivolously on stupid shit, spend it all before they die, because none of it's going to their own children except a small percentage. He said, on the other hand, for the poor population, I find it one of the most unexplainable things in the world that people would sacrifice their sweat, blood, and tears, body aches, not going out and partying, and not buying stupid gadgets. For the last 100 years, from what I've witnessed, he says, that I've been able to see so many poor parents and middle class parents delay gratification so that their children might have something for them to get. And if you brought in inheritance taxes, not only would you destroy the upper class, you would destroy the lower class and the middle class of society by getting rid of this unexplainable thing called delayed gratification that makes parents from Vietnam and middle America eat peanut butter jelly sandwiches for 20 years to save up money for their kids to go to college. Instead of eating beef stew and the best meal they could have every day, they choose to eat peanut butter sandwiches at lunch every day so that they could save for their kids' education. And you will destroy this as a society. Right? And that's what happens with communism, right? Nobody sees a reason to care about the next generation because the state will take care of the next generation.
All right, so like,
And
okay,
liberals think it's the free market.
let
That's
me,
go ahead.
all right, let me say, like, I love talking to you because, like, yo, listen, like, yo, me and you both go back to the beginnings. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, liberalism is a religion of the fucking aristocratic fucking kids and merchant class of fucking Europe in the fucking 17 and 1800s. Right? That's literally what liberalism is. That's where it comes from. That's its fucking ideology. It's an ideology of spoiled fucking rich children. And in being an ideology of spoiled rich fucking children, it will stand here and only care about profits and money, right? And it'll fucking sit here and people will fucking welcome in fucking strangers into their land because they don't want to be part of a community. They don't want to be part of a family. They don't give a fuck about the fucking future. They don't care about their heritage. They don't give a fuck about their lineage. They only care about what fucking makes them satisfied right the fuck now. That is liberalism in a fucking nutshell. And that's why nobody can understand why shit keeps going the way it is. Right? Like, nobody gets it. Nobody understands, like, oh, why is this fucking this way? I'm like, yo, this is why. Right here. It's literally just like these rich fucking kids are standing here running things and fucking going like, yeah, we don't give a fuck about our people because they don't want to be part of a people. They don't want to be part of their community. Right? You ever met a rich kid? They're homosexual little fucking, like, sneak breeding motherfuckers for the most part. And they'll stand here and go like, listen, I don't want to fucking be like fucking stuck with having to listen to God and Christians and all the bullshit. I want to be able to do whatever the fuck I want to do. That's why Protestantism is the religion of the merchants, right? All of these things are because like you let fucking merchants run things, and it fucking destroyed the fucking lower middle class people who just wanted to be like regular humans and survive and just be normal fucking people. And that's why, like, yo, nobody's having fucking kids. Nobody's doing anything. Well, that and urbanization, right? And that's why, like, you're gonna have like fucking Hindu temples in your fucking in your country now, because like, yo, they don't care about the culture, because they don't just live in America. They live in Paris and Japan and Tokyo and fucking Beijing and wherever the fuck else they have a fucking place, or they have an Airbnb that they go to on a regular basis. Because like, yo, they only live among other upper class people. They live in gated communities. They're not affected by this. It doesn't matter to them. They don't give a fuck.
Look at the two lifestyles of Socrates and Plato, right? Let's take it back to the roots of Western civilization.
Okay.
Plato considered himself a cosmopolitan. He said that he was a citizen of the world. Does that sound familiar? Whereas Socrates was willing to die under the laws of Athens in which he was born into. He could have escaped. He could have run away. Matter of fact, they gave him the option of running away. He chose not to. This is my land, and if you're going to do this and create democracy in Athens, then I'll show you exactly what democracy leads to. And it led to them literally executing Socrates because they got jealous of his influence. So you said you wanted free speech. I practiced my free speech. Then you executed it for me. You executed me for it, sorry. So liberalism already should have died on Socrates' lips and democracy, and yet we're trying democracy again and again and again and again. The pre-Homeric sages were warning against democracy. The post-Homerian ones knew from the pre-Socratic and pre-Homerian sages that they should never practice democracy because they got their information from the Persians and the Egyptians and the Mesopotamians and the Hittites. Our social technology in the West doesn't come solely from the West. It comes from Egypt, it comes from Persia, it comes from Sumer, it comes from these places where these ideas were passed on to the Greeks, passed on to the Romans through the Greeks. And that's what we're practicing. The Westerners who don't understand this don't realize that these social technologies are 9,000 years old and goes back to Mesopotamia and whoever influenced Mesopotamia.
Well, like I speak about this all the time, right? When like listen, I bring up Sumer and Ujik, you know what I mean, and fucking like all these places, And there's a reason why.
Well,
It's because, like, we're humans and this fucking shit continues and goes, like, unbroken to us, right? It's all been passed down throughout
yes.
time. Like, it's just not, we're not alone, right? The civilizational capital that's been, like, fucking built up over fucking time, is something that, you have to understand. Like, there's nothing new under the sun and everything is, like, fucking, spoken about before. Like, this is, we have to be willing to understand that, like, this is, we're not smarter or better or like fucking more interesting or fucking like, we're not above like the people who came before us. Just because we have technology and we can force, right, and like fucking like throw energy and power at something doesn't mean that we're going to change anything, right? It doesn't mean it's going to be successful this fucking time, right? At the end of the day, it's
Especially human nature. Especially human nature.
oh, yeah. I mean, like, we've domesticated humans. like, we've been domesticated, right? And like, human beings been being domesticated. Like, they need like a fucking sense of belonging. I was listening to something the other day that they were talking about, like, why do human beings try to hang their hat on nationalism and all this type of shit, right? It's because of the fact that, like, the average human being isn't going to be Alexander, right? They're not going to be Washington. They're not going to be like fucking Thomas Jefferson. They're not going to be fucking Charlemagne, right? They're not going to have like all these fucking accomplishments. So they hang their hat on like who they were or like who they are as a people and their fucking ancestors' feats. And that's absolutely normal for a human who, is like, I don't know, like fucking stuck in this fucking position. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with nationalism. Nothing wrong with like, and by the way, listen, here's another fucking part of this. Literally up until like 1850, the average human being
I think
lived in a
there is, though.
community.
Personally,
What up? Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I was just saying for me personally, there is, like, to a degree, in the lowest sense, I don't think there's something wrong with nationalism. But when that becomes the only identity of the society, then yes, it goes too far. When nationalism is mixed with a healthy dose of religious and traditional identity, right, your family identity, civilizational identity to a degree, then I think it's okay. But
Your
then
community
this is
identity.
my problem
It
with
should be your community identity. Like, you have, like,
correct,
remember you were talking about
correct,
earlier about
correct,
how like everybody
absolutely,
does something, right? Everybody does something well, right?
yeah,
And so like when you go to like another
yeah,
community, like they probably, I don't know, whatever, they make blueberry pies, right? Whatever, fucking, because they have really good blueberries or fucking really
yeah,
good weed or whatever it is, right? You know what I mean? Like,
right,
that was
right,
what
right,
they hung their fucking hat on. That's the nationalism,
yeah.
right? That's the cultural aspect.
That's
And
where the nationalism, what you call nationalism, should be in. But the problem is liberalism replaces all those things: ethnic identity, regional identity, familial identity, with just state loyalty and state bureaucratic identity, state loyalty to the state above everything. Right. So ironically, when conservative right wingers were making fun of the Soviet Union and communists for like the last 100 years, they didn't understand that they were making fun of themselves simultaneously,
I mean,
because they
conservatives are
pledge
fucking
allegiance to the
retarded, dude.
flag of the United States of America, and we have no other oath. Do we have family oaths anymore? Do we have community oaths? Do we have oaths to our county, to our town anymore? No. So then the only oath in society is to loyalty to the fucking state. You're no different than state liberalism. You are state liberalism. And communists are just more authoritarian, demagogic forms of state liberalism. That's all they are. They're just different forms of state liberalism. Is it going to be a bureaucratic state who's nameless, or is it going to be a Trump-like figure or a demagogue of some kind, like Putin or Stalin or Mao or Hitler or Mussolini? It's either demagogic liberalism that controls the masses with one singular figure, or it's bureaucratic where you don't get that, but then that just creates consumer culture as your only identity at that point, and spending money and making money.
Yeah, I fucking agree.
And
Right.
the moment you get rid of the religious and traditional and familial and regional identities, the only identities that people can subsume and go into are like money and wealth. There is no other identity. People aren't that interesting to have their own fucking identity built from scratch. And it's not like they have all their life to meditate to fucking form their own identity or some bullshit like that, like a Buddhist thing. So Most people don't have identities. Most people just follow trends. And you can either make them followers of Jesus Christ or the followers of Pokemon. That's it. And these people worship Pokemon, and they're 50-year-olds still fucking selling and buying Pokemon cards. Like, you're raising children into never being adults. Peter Pan, we're living Peter Pan, basically. Captain Hook and like the far right people and traditionalists are like Captain Hook. And you're like, oh, Captain Hook's the bad guy. No, actually, Peter Pan's the bad guy. Did you guys forget? That Captain Hook is not the bad guy. Captain Hook is trying to save them from the crocodile. It's Peter Pan who's the bad guy. But in liberal society, Peter Pan is the hero, saving the kids from the life of boredom and responsibility and discipline for that you to raise your own children, so that Wendy and John can have their own fucking children. And Wendy and John rejected. That's the point of that story, to reject Peter Panism. And yet we have 60, 70-year-old boomer adults now who go to casinos and lick these fucking casino screens and shit for good luck. Like, what the fuck is going on right now? Well, it's just liberalism is the Peter Panism of, society, where nobody's ever a grandparent anymore. No one's a parent anymore. Oh, don't call me Mr. Smith. That was my father. So you're saying that you never want to grow up? You never want to be fulfilling the position of your dad's Mr. Smith anymore? Of course you don't, because you don't want responsibility or service or obligation. You just want freedom to fuck bitches and make money. So I guess Biggie Smalls was right. The point of American capitalism and Protestantism is to make money and fuck bitches. I guess he is actually the true godfather of America. Maybe he is like what do you call him? A guru or like a bard of the ages. He's literally telling you what America is based on: making money, fucking bitches, and raising your status through money. That's it. And that's what you get when you get rid of religion and tradition. Whereas, at least in Europe, when you had feudalism and social classes, the poor knew they were always going to be poor. The rich knew they were always going to be rich. So the rich and the middle class needed ways to rate and rank other people in other social classes. So if you have Christian values and Anglo-Saxon warrior culture values, and then the Germanic aristocratic values of the Yamnayas, what you have is like honor, loyalty, virtue, competency. These become the values of your society, so that the knight and the aristocracy can say, man, that page is an amazing page. He's great at his job. Look at Japan. Japan's able to do that, where the best janitor is respected. Whereas in our society, no one would ever want to be called a janitor in our society. We disrespect the lower jobs, even though someone has to fucking do them. The aristocratic societies make other positions seem more respectful than capitalist society, where you look down upon janitors. No, in Japan, they say, no, we need janitors. Janitors keep our society going as well, and we respect them. Well, they're copying what aristocratic societies were able to do.
Well, you have to have
And we are
you have
unable
to
to
have
do that in
like
the
the functional nation, right? What I mean, it ends up like it's made up of families
Yes.
and people and all that type of shit. We talked about this earlier. Like we're literally like as a family, as parents, what you're doing is you're raising your kid for the state, right? You're raising your kid to be part of like this fucking economy. You're not raising your kid to be part of your family or community or anything like that. You're
Correct.
you're just raising the kid to be part of the fucking economy, and that's it. You know what I mean? It's like, who can raise your fucking kid best to be part of this fucking, this goddamn garbage ass shit. You're not raising a child who's thoughtful or fucking like interesting or, like fucking gonna carry on your culture or like fucking be a good parent or anything like this. You're just raising them to go make money. And that's the whole thing. That's why it is you have to have sex ed in fucking school. You have to stand here and have like these fucking conversations had on TV and these PSAs about not doing drugs. Because parents literally won't even have a real conversation with their kids about shit. Right? They're not attached to their fucking children. They don't really give a fuck about them. And we let fucking we tell dad go make fucking money and then we throw him out of the fucking house, and mom don't really want anything to do with the fucking kids because like she only had him so that she could have the fucking status of a Facebook post of going, look at my baby, you know what I mean? Fucking she's so cute. Then mom start dressing. This is fucking Plato. This is goddamn fucking Plato's Republic right the fuck here. Right? It's like literally like fucking the moms and the fucking dads and fucking they're trying to compete with the fucking kids and shit. Right? They're trying to be their fucking kids and nobody knows their fucking place and no one knows their fucking position. And that's where we end up at, and that's where we are today, right? We're literally, I'm on YouTube and I'm doom scrolling YouTube shorts because I'm retarded, right? And like these fucking moms and daughters on these fucking joints dressing, the moms dressing like fucking the daughters and shit and doing makeup and shit with like fucking these young dudes and shit. Like literally fucking every day it's a fucking new news story about some fucking teacher having sex with her fucking students. Like welcome to fucking goddamn the end result of liberalism and like fucking, and I mean like fucking democracy. This is where the hell we are. And we can't get past it because like everybody goes, well, it's the best system that's ever been tried, except for like it's the worst system ever, except for all the other ones we've tried. Like, are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure like we lived in kingdoms like forever, and like we didn't have these fucking problems.
Facts. No kingdom had the king saying, you need to trans your kids and turn them gay. Yeah. We didn't have these problems at all. So.
Yeah. Right, because the king gave a shit about the people, and you gave a shit about the rest of your people in your fucking town, right? Because you had to, because you were relying upon them, and you were around them all the time, and you wanted them to be good, and everybody took part in fucking raising the fucking children and helping everybody to fuck out. There was problems with one family, another family would help. Me and you've had fucking 1,000 conversations about this shit, where literally, like, you're supposed to have older dudes in the community that can help the younger dudes in their fucking families. You know what I mean? They're just starting off because they need advice. They need help. Right? And we pretend it's like a fucking terrible thing to fucking help somebody out. Like, oh, you're not successful on your own. Like, no. The fuck? Like, no. What are you talking about?
The community and family is the best welfare program historically because it's a self-reinforcing mechanism. And if you're in a community in a small village, and you try to take advantage of everybody and you try to be the lazy guy, you suddenly disappear when everybody's working together to rebuild a bridge. You suddenly disappear when times are rough. You suddenly disappear when it starts raining and you don't want to go and help bring stuff inside. People start noticing.
Yeah.
So there's a self-reinforcing mechanism that if you become too lazy or try to get out of things too much, everybody will remember. And the next time there's a crisis and the food is low, you will be the last one to get food if you're lucky enough to get food.
I mean, this is like again.
So there's a mechanism to keep laziness at bay, and and taking advantage of each other at bay. Whereas if you have government welfare system, then you can take advantage of everybody in your family. I have a friend whose dad stole his social security number to get welfare for himself and use his son's identity for opening up banks, so that his entire credit history is fucked. Everything is fucked. His relationship with the government is fucked. The government thinks he's been defrauding them. His entire future is fucked at a lower level, at the lower class. Right? Now you're allowing your parents to use your kid's identity to do whatever the fuck all, with no checks and balances on them, with no grandparents with authority, with and no one else to have any check and balance on them. And I would argue, like, if you have shitty parents, letting them have kids in the suburbs is a recipe for disaster. They will have no enforcement. They will have no checks and balances. If one of them is abusive and the other is submissive, that is a recipe for disaster. If both of them are abusive, the kids will have nowhere else to go for help because everyone around them is a stranger. They're Hindu, they're Buddhist, they're Catholic, they're all different religions. They're all different value systems. You've never interacted with them. You've never gone to functions with them. Whereas if you have these things, family and community, there are more eyes keeping a check on other individuals who can be abusive. My dad used to beat the shit out of me. You know what happened when my grandparents came to stay with us for a year? Guess who didn't get beat at all? Me. Right? So like we forgot these things. And we decided individualism is God. And when individualism is God, everybody's making money fucking bitches, and the whole country is going to shit. Our infrastructure is going to shit. Our education is going to shit. Every metric, single motherhood is out of bounds, out of control. Every fucking metric goes to shit. If your dad only cared about money and your mom only cared about money, they would treat you extremely coldly. That's what we've done to our entire society. When our elites care more about making money in China than protecting our country's interests, we are fucked. That means if there's no one defending your country's interests, if every one of your elites are globalists. they can be your own traders for your country, but so can the consumers. If consumers continue, let's say, only buying goods from China, why would any nationalist uh, company in our society want to maintain these values? They'd be incentivized by you, wouldn't they? So if you keep buying Temu and Amazon again and again, we'll never have actually a nationalist company ever again. We'll only have cheap goods from other countries. It's a self-reinforcing system, unfortunately.
True. What up, Breaker?
Oh, snap. So much snaps. So little time.
Yo, have you met Geo Breaker?
I think I've seen them around before.
Yo, Geo Break, like y'all two are like two of the smartest motherfuckers on Discord. I'll be honest with you. You know what I mean? The both of you. Breaker gets more in like the philosophical, metaphysical shit. And you know what I mean, fucking Geo's more into like the historical like aspects of things. But both of y'all fucking fascinating fucking conversations. I usually can't keep up with Breaker because like, I don't study the shit that he studies. You know, he's like more philosophy and you know what I mean, this type of thing. It's fucking goddamn crazy. But yeah, man, like oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say earlier. Yeah, fucking listen, the average human being just lived in like a basic village or a community up until like fucking 1830, 1840. Right? Like 98% of human beings just lived in a fucking basic ass village in a community, and that was their entire identity up until like 1830. Right? Like this is all new. Right? And this is all bad. The idea of like being a part of a giant state, like a giant like fucking country or empire, 100% new. There's a reason why like you never hear anybody say Jesus was a Roman. Right? He was. Technically, he was a Roman subject, but he was never like considered a fucking Roman. Right? Because like, you know, he was from like a little city or the town that he was from, right? He was Galilean or whatever, right? And this idea, right, of like you being a part of America and not being part of your community so that you can move anywhere you want to move to, which by the way, that needs to fucking stop. Right? The freedom of fucking movement needs to fucking be fucking called. I don't know why the fuck it is we think that it's okay to just like let anybody move into any goddamn community anywhere and just fucking destroy it. It's fucking retarded. And I mean that shit needs to be fucking ended immediately. Right? But yeah, like that's all this shit, right? Needs to go back to a pre like fucking 1800 viewpoint. And I mean, I'm not even saying like slavery and shit, but like just almost all this shit needs to go back and like fucking like restrict all these fucking rights of all these fucking retards to be able to do whatever the fuck they want. Like fuck the technology. Uncle Ted was goddamn right.
No more technology. I actually had an argument with another about this. He was bitching and moaning about fucking cyber trucks. It's like, are you putting
I
100
love that
extra
you brought it
pounds?
up. I didn't bitch and moan about anything.
Fuck cyber trucks and fuck technology. 100 extra pounds of shit that cost thousands of extra dollars. You don't need this to fucking steer. Fuck off.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, it goes back to my argument where it's like, where do you draw the line in technology? Because a lot of the cars today do use a lot of technology. Breaker's argument is he brought up like there's some retarded ass video he sent me where this guy's like talking about these really autistic situations. Like if a car got hit like this and all of these systems failed, then you would be in a lot of trouble. And I'm like, yeah, if a fucking rock hit your window and shattered glass and you got glass in your eyes, you'd be screwed. Like, what are we
Most of what
talking
that
about here?
video was talking about, by the way, is stupid people that don't know how to handle ultra high performance vehicles like that. Even assuming that they work perfectly correctly, they don't feel like an 8,000 pound vehicle that can do 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. They feel like a fucking video game, which is not good for dumbasses.
Yeah, I mean, they do that. They'll do that with cars that aren't electric too. Like, none of that's changed. Like, people have always been careless with their vehicles. That's nothing new. As far as like the electric steering argument, the argument in the video was like, oh, if these car's steering fails because it's power or because it's wire steering, then you're going to be screwed. Well, the minute he said that, I'm like, most cars today are powered by powered steering. They're already electric. Like, it's just a matter of like how the wire's engaging. I understand you can manually turn it. But even then, most people in an emergency situation, like these extreme ones that were being said in the video, aren't going to turn something effectively that fast if they lost their power steering. The power, or I'm sorry, if they lost their power steering. If, let's say you need to get your car towed or something like that, I guess it can be good to have the option of mechanical steering. But even on a lot of these electric cars now, they have so many backup and alternative options. At the end of the day, it's all electronically controlled. It's just about how you're doing it. Like, they're both controlled by electronics. They're both controlled by motor assist. But there's a lot of people that seem to think that they're different somehow, drastically different.
Most of them aren't. They're still like power steering with mechanical tie rods. Like, the only exceptions are like extremely expensive and weird idiosyncratic things. Usually for like performance vehicles. And then again, why do you need a performance vehicle that has the responsiveness of a fucking arcade game to pick up kids from fucking soccer?
They're not doing that. Like, a lot of these people with these type of cars, they're wealthy and they're bored, right? These cars that you're bringing
they're even dumber. They're really stupid.
I understand it's not being made for the average consumer. And that's where my argument to you is. I'm always bringing up examples of insanely cheap vehicles and where the average consumer probably will end up landing. They have cars being made for $1,000 now, electric cars. And at the end of the day, no matter what anyone says, everyone will always, the cheapest one will always win out. It will always. I mean, it can be a really bad product, as we've seen with food, even like what people put in their bodies. And as long as it's fucking cheap enough, it will be the dominant winner.
There you go. Which is not Tesla. Tesla is like a fucking toy for stupid rich people. It's basically a fucking government subsidy EV Ponzi scheme by Elon Musk.
They all are government subsidized. All of these car companies. All of them.
All right, yo, listen.
Everyone has a talking point.
I didn't say that I agreed with them either.
Yo, Jukebox wants to listen.
Wait, go ahead.
Real quick, we're gonna throw this on real quick.
Just real quick.
What up?
The whole video is amazing, but if you just want to play this section and the next section to the end, maybe the third section. All right, so we're at that section that I put it at. Play it right there. If you want, go back to the middle of the next section. The middle of the next section. Yeah, right there. Yeah, start it there. But play this section, the next section, and the next section. So 3 sections. All right, just play those 3.
Okay. All right, let this run.
And was able to actually exert control over the United Kingdom. The annual floods had been lower than usual, which led to decreased agricultural output and subsequent economic troubles. Some sources indicate episodes of famine and disease struck. Life was generally poor for Egyptians during this period. One text dated to this time, called A Dispute of a Man with His Ba, makes clear how harsh conditions were. The narrative is cast as an argument between a man and his Ba. That is, a person's personal spiritual essence or element of their being, maybe something like their soul. And he's contemplating ending his life and finally being rid of the evil of this world, because surely the afterlife has justice. The distraught narrator bemoans,
"Whom can I trust today? One's brothers have become evil, and friends of today have no compassion. Whom can I trust today? Hearts are greedy, and every man steals his neighbor's goods. Kindness has vanished, and rudeness has descended upon everyone. Whom can I trust today? There are no righteous men, and the land is abandoned over to the lawless. Whom can I trust today? The evil that scourges the earth is without end. Death is in my sight today, a cure of a sick man, like going outside after confinement. Death is in my sight today, like a man's longing to see home after he has spent many years in captivity. But surely he who is there is a living God, having purged away the evil which had afflicted him. Surely he who is there stands in a bark. Surely he who is there will be one who knows all things. who will not be prevented from standing in the presence of Ra when he speaks.
The themes of justice and right living dominate the literature of this period in Egypt and even of the subsequent Middle Kingdom as they reflect on this period. Texts like The Tale of the Eloquent Peasant, The Instruction of King Merakare, The Admonitions of Epur all emphasize the importance of justice, or ma'at, to a functioning society, with the reader left to assume what we call the First Intermediate Period lacked these virtues. One notable feature of this period was the so-called democratization of religion in the afterlife. Whereas in the Old Kingdom, only the elites, particularly the pharaoh, had elaborate tombs and the means to preserve their bodies through mummification, this shifts in the First Intermediate Period. While the preparations for the afterlife remained expensive, they became much more accessible to a larger element of the population. It has been argued that this attests to a period when the boundaries between elite and commoner were in flux, and the previously impenetrable economic barrier to partaking in standard mortuary rituals was suddenly permeable, allowing more individuals to assert elite status by participating in mortuary customs. The declining authority of the state and the attendant decline in taxation no doubt helped more people find a desirable afterlife. Egypt wasn't the only place that suffered around the year 2200, though. The Levantine coast saw major disruptions after the early Bronze Age 3 or EB3 period. The subsequent EB4 or Intermediate Bronze Age saw a major shift in settlement patterns. Now, this culture didn't produce any literature of its own, but the archaeological picture is stark. Virtually every single site with EB3 occupation, even ones which would be occupied in the Middle Bronze Age, experienced some kind of occupational hiatus or disruption at the end of the EB3. The large fortified cities are destroyed or abandoned. Settlements move to the ecologically marginal zones. There are no more cities. Instead, modest villages and hamlets dot the landscape. Numerous new cemetery sites appear, often without an associated settlement, suggesting many formerly sedentarized populations adopted a semi-nomadic lifestyle, with some small villages and cemeteries catering to those with the newly adopted nomadic way of being. Many of the settlements are single-phase occupations and often have flimsy architecture attesting to the impermanent nature of the community. The material culture indicates distinct regionalism. The only real long-distance trade was in metal objects, particularly raw copper. It's likely this was facilitated by semi-nomadic populations as they moved through the river valleys in seasonal transhumance patterns. Population estimates for the preceding EB3 period in the southern Levant go as high as 150,000. Whereas the Intermediate Bronze Age is ballparked around 10 to 15,000. In general, the Intermediate Bronze Age and the Southern
Alright, you can pause it there if you want, or you can continue it, up to you.
Where local kinship ties and...
All right. What'd you want to play this for?
Wow. That was the civilizational collapse happening during the Intermediate Bronze Age, right? So we had the first Bronze Age collapse with the Intermediate Bronze Age collapse. And you're seeing what happens as the social technologies of the Intermediate Bronze Age collapses, right? So people can't trust each other anymore. And you're going from these mega cities into regional hamlets, right? Small hamlets, nomads, people traveling. By the way, those nomads that he just mentioned at the end who travel around with metallurgy, copper, these are the people who spread out metallurgy all through Central Asia. So all the way to Eastern Asia, all the way to Korea with the Scythians and the Saka people, they were able to transfer this technology all the way to the Zhanbei and the Zhongnu of northwestern China, but all the way to Korea as well. Korea has metallurgical and gold age design that we didn't develop ourselves, that were brought to us by Scythian Saka, the Sakan people. And we have, so that social technology and metallurgy was even transferred from these Bronze Age collapses all the way to East Asia. Think about that, right? So I think that, like he's describing here, how they went from a complex social society of Western civilization, let's say in the modern day, of Western European civilization, which, by the way, remember how he talks about how they go from mega cities like Rome to regional feudal kingdoms? That's what the feudal ages were. They were a reaction against this capitalization and globalization of all these regional people. So the feudal kingdoms that were trying to replicate parts of the Roman civilization, like the Franks, wanted to create a better version of the Roman civilization that was more regional than global. But then the Catholic Church came in and they actually made European federalism, the Catholic federalism, where it was the church that was the federal institution and not the state, right? In a way, um, that's what we see going on. And now, so then when we were talking about American civilization collapsing, what's the outcome of this? Regionalism, balkanization. That's the state we're in, unfortunately, from my perspective.
I don't know. I've been pushing for balkanization for years. Right? When you met me, I was pushing for balkanization. Like literally, like.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm just explaining this to your audience, right? You and I understand this, but I'm explaining this um, process to the audience, and that because we have not kept up Christian institutions, Christianity, which are the basis of Western civilization of the Frankians, Frankish Celts, right? And since then on, we have basically destroyed the very social technology and institution.
I mean, wait, but here's the problem, man. Like, I don't see like France or Spain falling, right? You know what I mean? Like, they're just going to be France and Spain, like, forever, right?
Right.
You know,
right. The rest of us will, though.
Well, I think actually the big reason that Americans will is because, like, America's an empire on this continent at the end of the day, right? Like, fucking...
Yes.
Like, the idea of this being, like, one country is kind of, like, fucking wild, but... You know what I mean? Like, we came here and we settled this land and we never really had the opportunity to form into proper governments. Like, by the time, like, all right, so the 13 colonies and the federal government existed as each state got added. So they didn't have to form a government. The government already existed that, you know what I mean, was, like, you know, in charge of it. Right? At the end of the day. So, like, they haven't had the opportunity to go through the process of, like having, like, an actual culture form.
I agree with you, but that's a rejection of aristocracy and monarchy. By doing that, you are rejecting tradition, culture, also religion of the Anglican Church and the Catholic Church. So Americans, unfortunately, in one way or another, are all Marxist deconstructionists as liberals. They're rejecting family culture, regional culture of England. They're rejecting the Anglican Church. They're rejecting the Catholic Church. Everything that made them who they are, Roman. In some ways, yes, they do appeal to Rome. I'm not going to deny that. The Enlightenment thinkers and the Freemasons, for sure. But that's all they appeal to. They only want the materialistic gains of the Roman Empire, but they don't realize the social technologies that built up the Roman Empire.
Well, that's always been my argument, right? It's like they're adopting something that don't belong to them, right? In the first place, like, listen,
no, that's fine because that's all of human history. That's all of human history. That's not bad. But if you're going to take on the social, if you want the materialistic conditions of the Roman Empire, but you have to also maintain and create institutions and family structures that are similar to the Romans. For example, the Roman Senate was built up of patriarchs of the best families of Rome. They weren't some random people from the middle class that they brought up to be bureaucrats. These were people who trained their entire lives for generations to be bureaucrats, right? So then how are we trying to mimic the Roman social technology, whereas the aristocrats of Europe were? Sure, the German aristocratic families were literally mimicking a lot of the Roman family structures at the time. So that Romanization and social structure, like, we're not even doing it right. The European aristocracy did a better job at this. They were able to maintain. They were able to produce.
Yeah. Because they interacted with actual Romans.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, like, and I was looking into this last night, right? Exactly. So, like, I got in an argument with somebody, and I said Britain has no fucking claims to Rome, right? And they're like,
no, they to a degree yes, to a degree no.
Wait.
So you go first, and then
I've been doing some research on this today, right? You know, I mean, like, I looked into it, right? So, okay. All right. So, the Romans created, Greece fucking named it Britannia, right, in Britain, right, and then like the Romans, like they gave them like a Greek god based off like Athena and Minerva, right, you know what I mean, which was called Britannia, right, fucking it was like this Greek female god. That's like the Statue of Liberty. That's fucking Lady Liberty, right. That's all these type of things that you know what I mean we think of as like fucking you know what I mean these female fucking deities that you know what I mean people make statues of. And once the Anglos though fucking ended up taking over and fucking conquering them, and the Normans took over and conquered them, and the Vikings took over and conquered them, they started being Anglos, right? It started being like fucking, you know, what I mean, not fucking Britain. Like Britain wasn't even mentioned until like the 1600s under fucking Queen Victoria, right? Where like some fucking writer ended up standing here like fucking arguing that Britain needed to create a navy to compete with the fucking Spanish and the French, right? And you know, what I mean, they reignited that idea of Britannia, right? You know, what I mean, and like they put it back on the money and all that type of shit. And recently, they took them back off the money back in like 2008, some shit like that, right? But like this idea of Britain being fucking like a Roman, you know, what I mean, like fucking descendant is fucking retarded. It's not, right? At the end of the day, like that's all like fucking readopted and reimagined. It's not something that's like naturally occurring, right? In the end, like when it comes down to it, it's not like a fucking cultural thing that they fucking took and used and fucking kept. This is all shit that's been like brand new. And then the American shit where they had the fascists hanging up in Congress and in the Supreme Court, right? And the fascists under Lincoln, under his fucking hands at the Lincoln Memorial. This is all fucking, you know what I mean, like new shit that's like kind of like reimagined and trying to LARP the Romans to give them like the authority of like being historic when in reality none of it is. That's kind of my idea.
All right, so there's a few things. Okay,
Right.
so there's a few things about this. Some things I kind of agree with you, but in other things I don't. So
Okay.
if you look at the Romans leaving England, for example, there was one of the greatest scholars at that time in the monastery. His name was Hildas, but it's spelled Gildas, and he was by far one of the smartest people around that time that every other English scholar kind of respected. Kind of like Bede, right? He's another example of that. But he was another, you know, one of that caliber at that time. And when the Romans were losing their ability to administrate over England, and they were starting to slowly call back their administrators and soldiers, a lot of the English scholars were celebrating. And they were saying, "Look at these Romans," you know. And it's funny because they're only in those positions because of the Romans. But the Romans came, you know, and now they can't maintain these systems anymore. Look how weak they are. And they were doing this kind of victory lap around the Romans. We have outlasted them. Ironically, like the Irish did later on against the British as well. But um, and then Gildas writes this three-part essay where he's criticizing all these intellectuals of Britain, and he's saying, "Look, the Romans brought us roads." And he wrote the first part of his book as to explain what the Celtic Britannic life was before the Romans came. How there were no major roads, there were no commerce, there was no shrines and Christian churches to unify the people, or the fact that when a bishop moved into a new town or a town that was already existing, he increased literacy, trade, economics, uh, you know, curiosity, intellectualism across the board. So he had started attracting other intellectuals from other villages to come live in that town, etc., etc. So the bishop became this organizing social technology that drew more commerce and things like that. And he points out all these things. He's like, when you guys were pertaining Celts, you were killing each other for hilltop fortresses and for honor and pride and never got anywhere. The Romans taught us to be better than what we are. And he says that Christianity and Romans technology and administration and social technology and all these things has made them better. Now he says, you British have two options. Us British have two options. We can go back to the Britannian Celtic culture of the past, or we can take on this British administration and continue it and try to build on top of that. So these are the two arguments that are kind of going around at that time. What I would argue is that without Christianity, Anglo-Saxons would have a much various different culture. Without the Catholic institutions and administrations that the Romans brought, then the Anglo Saxons would have been Celtic instead, and it would have been a much different civilization. It's because they also became Christian. It's also because they took on a lot of these institutions that you have Alfred the Great later on unify Britain under Christianity and try to have this idea of unifying the Celts, the Welsh, and the Scottish, the Irish, the Mercians, and the Anglians under this new, nation state identity of Britain, let's say. So without those things, Britain wouldn't be where it is. Without the Roman institution plus Anglo-Saxon institutions to a degree, they wouldn't be where they are. So they are a merger of Christianity and Anglo-Saxon culture. So while you might disagree with me that Anglo-Saxon culture is Roman, I would say that without Roman influence and Christianity, Anglo-Saxons wouldn't have been what they became by the end of British history.
I'm looking this shit up. Hang on.
And like a lot of the early codes and laws of the Anglo-Saxons even were from like Roman administration and what the people got used to under Roman administration, by the way. So the Anglo-Saxons, as a right to rule, had to maintain a lot of the Roman codes and things because the people had gotten used to them over hundreds of years.
Yeah, but
And
because like
the Anglo-Saxons, yeah, just
yeah,
took over all the institutions that they left and made them under their administration and their management. But a lot of them were still doing what they were doing during the Roman times, right? The Canterbury, um, all these religious sites, all these monasteries, all the churches were all brought in by Rome. So to say that it's only Anglo-Saxon is completely false.
yeah, I'm about to say like, see, the thing is like again, so a lot of these places too. This is the other part of it, right? Fucking, they were abandoned. Like London, New York, and Manchester were abandoned and then founded again later.
Absolutely, but then they were trying to. They didn't just completely reject it. They tried to rebuild it. Like even the Romans even brought in new agricultural practices to England.
Mhm.
The people kept practicing those things. Craft techniques like pottery, for instance. These are still more romantic than anything. Even literacy was brought in by the Romans. Don't forget that the legal and administrative systems brought in by Romans. Right? Governance, large scale infrastructure, all brought in by Romans, not Britannian Celts. Let's not forget, guys, that if these fucking leftists of the world want to play this colonizer game, Britain has one of the best examples of colonization again and again and again. The Britannian Celts of England were taken over and colonized by the Romans, the Anglo Saxons, the Normans, the Vikings with Danelaw, uh, like repeated colonization and forced immigration where they just came. The Britannian Celts are a small minority in their own fucking country. Genetically, power base wise, by every metric, economically, they're a minority in their own country. The Britannian Celts are the original indigenous people of England, and England didn't become great because of the indigenous Celts. They became great in spite of the indigenous. England is not a Britannian Celtic civilization and hasn't been for 2,000 years, guys. They are the indigenous people in England. The German families who came later on, the Hanovers, the Habsburgs, are all foreign administrators coming to rule England with the expertise that they derive from the Romans and their own aristocratic families over hundreds of years post Roman time. But it was also the Germanicus generals who took over the role of becoming generals in the Roman Empire when their own aristocracy got lazy and the reason why the Germans had the March Victory March for hundreds of years and why America adopted the victory marches after war was directly from the Romans who had victory marches after war, where Caesar or the Imperator or a brilliant general would come into the city with his soldiers to show what they had done. That is a social technology that directly goes back to the Romans, through the Germans, and now to modern America. Von Steuben came from an aristocratic German family. He literally taught German military tactics from Prussia to America, guys. Even our military is Roman German social technology, literally. Even we have Roman pagan customs that we practice to this day. For example, picking up your wife and carrying her over a broomstick or over the threshold of your home is a Roman and Greek pagan um, uh, ritual that we practice to this day in rural areas of England and America, in the South as well, where you pick up your now married wife and you carry her across the threshold. You're still practicing Roman and Greek pagan customs. That's how influential Rome was to Europeans. That 1,000 years later, rural areas of England are still practicing Roman rituals.
Yeah.
Right? So I think we kind of forget that these are all Roman social technologies, and all the European empires, the Spanish Empire, the Frankish Empire, Napoleonic Empire, are all influenced one way or another by the originals, the Caesars of Rome, the Kaiser. Hey, the Tsar, Kaiser is literally just Caesar. Guys, do you not get it yet? Even the idea of like a singular ruler in Europe is literally still named Tsar or Kaiser in German. Based off what? Caesar. And the same thing happens with Khan in East Asia. When you see Han in Korean as Hanguk, that's actually Kanguk. Khan. The Khan and Han, it means the same thing. So the Chinese, when they reference Han, it's Khan. When the Mongolians represent the Khan, Khanate, that is literally from that same lineage of um, nomadic steppe people that brought that idea from Central Asia. And that lineage of khanship, just like Caesar, has come down all the way to Korea, China, Mongolia, to the point that even until very recently, for thousands of years, we were calling our leaders all Khans, Khan, or Han, right? So that's the same idea exactly with Caesar emanating all through Europe. Same thing with Khan. Khan became an idea of the symbol of this great figure, emperor figure. And that idea also became transmitted through the rest of the all of Eastern Asia and Northern Asia. So that all of us, I understand the idea of a Khan. That's like go back to the original Khan and go back to the original Caesar, and they are the sources of our symbol. But liberals reject all of it. And they let Stalins and Mao's become Caesars. Men who have never served in the military, who have never given their life to service. We let middle class peasants who are fucking fat, like Mao Zedong, become Caesars of our society. Any middle class retard like Peter Griffin could become a Caesar. You know what Napoleon said? I saw the crown of France lying in the gutter and I picked it up because that's what happens in liberalism. No one wants to grab the ring of power so that all the evil people have access to the ring of power. All the responsible Aragorns and Boromirs have absolved themselves of the duty of holding onto the ring of power so that no other can grab it. And essentially, it's a free for all for the ring of power. That's liberalism. And Napoleon comes along. He's like, why is this ring or crown on the gutter? Why isn't anyone picking it up? Well, let me pick it up then, and I will crown myself. I don't need the priest. I don't need Samuel. I don't need the Pope to crown me king. Hello? Crowning someone king was a position of the priest for thousands of years in Western, from the Jews all the way to us. And Napoleon is the first liberal dictator to break that chain and say, I will declare myself liberalism. And if everybody is king, then no one is king. Until one who is willing to use force comes into power and starts.
Yeah, I was sitting here looking this up. So like fucking Britain didn't like begin to be used until the 16th century. Right? Again. Not like, like fucking in general, but like again. Because like originally, like, it was a fucking Greek and Roman word or whatever, you know what I mean? Then went back, fucking like, it ended up being used again afterwards. And this is what I'm saying, like, again, man. Listen.
Wait, what did you say wasn't used until the 16th century?
All right, Britain, the word Britain.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't used in common parlance, right, until the 16th century after the fall of the Roman Empire because of the sack of the Anglos and the Normans and all that shit.
Yeah, but like Alfred the Great tried to unify all the kingdoms on the British Isles, right, to fight against the Vikings. And to,
Yeah, of England at
create
that
a
point.
unified identity of English, right? The English.
Yeah, of the English.
And that was the first nationalist kind of nation-state identity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
I'm just saying,
later
like,
on,
I'm just saying, like, they don't have any claim to fucking Roman shit. That's where I'm at. Like, the Anglos, I run into Anglos all the time who literally go like, "Yo, we're the
Catholic
new Romans."
Church as an institution, the monasteries, the shrines, all those institutions, the scholarship came from the Romans, not from the Anglo-Saxons.
Came from what?
The Anglo-Saxons let those institutions continue. Right? The Anglo-Saxons didn't create the Canterbury. They didn't create the monasteries. They funded them later on because they started to become Christianized. But they were Christianized, which was Roman religion.
I know.
So Christianity replaces their paganism. Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Yes. Like Alfred the Great literally called himself a Christian king. Yeah. And so did all of his sons. They all converted. That's what I'm trying to point out here. So there is a difference. A purely Anglo-Saxon culture without Christianity from northern England would have been more like, would be a different culture than a Christianized. Look, Joseph de Maistre has a quote. He says, look, every society is built on the civic norms of the society and the religions. Once you merge them, you create a new identity. And thus, French Protestants are different than French Catholics, and German Protestants are different than French Catholics, German Catholics. So religion has a huge difference on a group of people. That you can have Christian Rome and pagan Rome, and they're the different society. And you can have a Catholic Germans and Roman Protestant Catholics, and they're two completely different societies. So much so that cities in the 1550s and 1600s were like there was a city called Munster in Germany that was literally half Catholic, half Lutheran. And the only way they could survive without killing each other and hating each other was to divide the city in half right down the middle. Half of it was administered by Catholics, half of it was administered by Protestants. This is how different the culture of the same ethnicity of people become the moment they change. That is enough to say that England is the Anglo-Saxons were Romanized as well, whether you like it. And with the Catholic Church came all the Roman ideas, Roman language, Roman everything.
Yeah, listen, I'm not saying they're not Romanized, right? That's not what I'm saying, right? What I'm saying is like them being like inheritors, right, of like fucking Rome, and like saying like, yo, they're the new
Romans. But Alfred the Great literally went to Rome. Alfred the Great literally went to Rome.
He literally went to the Vatican. I know he went to the Vatican. I get you.
Right. So how is that not an acceptance that he wants to continue the Roman social technology? I don't get this, bro.
Yeah, he went to
like in what way then? Like I'm sure you can find ways that there will be arguments where your argument can be made, but I think you've already agreed that no, actually, like the Anglo-Saxons did become Romanized. You couldn't argue against that. So
listen, I know.
What are we arguing here?
Listen. The inheritors of Rome, right? And I mean, in Roman technology and the continuation of fucking Rome, right, would be like fucking Spain and France, and then like fucking Britain Britain didn't even have like a fucking. Britain didn't even have a Romance language, right? At the end of the day, like I understand, like 40% of their language is fucking
No,
Latin.
they had
Like,
Latin though. Like all their monasteries and churches were all speaking Latin until King Henry VIII when he anglicized the church. Right?
yeah,
They did. They were like even Alfred the Great was reading his texts in Latin, bro. He was translating them as well.
yeah. Again, but like the fucking English people don't speak a Latin fucking language, sort of, kind of, in a way, right? Like half of it, like what is
I
it? It's
mean,
like
look. You have to stop thinking about the lower classes. Think about the upper classes. What are they doing? That's the true mark of the civilization. Look, I've been wondering why we have more literacy than ever in human history, and we don't even have 100,000 greater aristocrats to lead Western civilization. We don't even out of including including Europe and America, we have 700 million people. We can't even gather fucking 300 to 500,000 competent fucking aristocrats in our countries to rule it. We can't. We just choose not to.
I'm not. Listen,
Call
there's
that
a billion. There's a billion people between Europe and America.
right, right. So it's not a matter of are there are def. Look, there was this quote that I heard in a shitty CIA thriller TV show called Condor, and it was pretty shit. But there was this one quote that made it all worth it. And there's this Uncle Bob who's like the CIA station chief, and his nephew or his nephew-in-law, right, is a hacker, and he's getting into trouble online and hacking into government websites with his friends, and they're trying to shut things down. And he goes to him before like there's a full-on investigation because they're already being watched by the FBI and he's CIA. So he goes and tells him and says, "Look, just stop this shit with your friends and come join the CIA." And the nephew scoffs at him because he's a lefty or anarchist, activist, right? Who's a hacker. And his uncle goes, "Look, what do you think is the biggest problem in the United States?" And he says the biggest problem is the the uh, this intelligence agency are spying on their own citizens, and they're starting wars, secret wars around the world. And his uncle turns to him and says, "Look, that's not the biggest problem in America. The biggest problem in America," he says, "is that the best of America used to go into universities, used to go into, were picked from universities to go into um, uh, the CIA and our government and our bureaucracy and institutions to maintain them. But he says since the 1970s, the best talent of America now go to Wall Street and Silicon Valley."
You want to hear some?
Your
Yo,
own religious institutions and government institutions are filled by mediocre Karens and gays
yo, Eric
and mediocre
Weinstein
men.
literally just said the same shit about Israel. He said, like, yo, the best talent in your fucking nation is going to like fucking your Silicon Valley and finance instead of going to like
Absolutely.
your fucking government.
We've been doing this for generations.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So this is part of the problem we have. And like even Alfred made his currency so with his face on it, just like the Romans did. I think you're underestimating how much of the um, Roman culture and customs and administration and things that like Alfred taught me. I think you're really underestimating. And like I would say, Alfred is the reorientation of the Anglo-Saxon culture to be more Christian. He is like the the beginning of that. So I won't disagree with you from like 400 to 800 to 900 ish. You're more right than I am. But by the 900s, Alfred decides to unify the Anglo-Saxon kingdom with Christianity, and that's what changes it.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't think
They make
Christianity
Israel.
is like I don't think Christianity is the culture of the fucking Romans.
It's a mix. Like it's pagan and Christian. Like that's why I pointed out that some of the culture that we still practice are pagans because it's a mix of pagan and Christian culture.
Oh yeah,
Just it's like when I said that Greece has it's Greek um, philosophy and rationalism merged with Egyptian Hermeticism and religion in a way, mixed with and then like modern like the West, let's say the Rome eventually became more Jewish morality, moral like it's Jewish morality, it's Hellenic rationalism merged with Egyptian Hermeticism that makes the West and like the social technology, even the concept of the depth system that we use to this day came originally from Mesopotamia and the Hittites and all these like people living in that region in the Near East. Actually, the modern depth system that we practice today came from the Sumerians and the Hittites and people living in that area. So even our depth system is not Western; it's actually that's how intricately linked we are that none of us realize it unless you go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper.
I mean, all right. Like, yeah, listen, the debt system is something else completely. Like, bro, like,
It is, but I'm just like letting you
yo,
know that even that is not
yo,
rolling on
I
Reed.
watched a really
Even
cool
that's not
video on
rolling
that
on
shit.
Reed. I'm trying to
Like,
explain.
like literally that
Yo,
shit
I need to
dates
put you on.
way
I need to
further
put
back.
you on. I got literally audiobooks from Michael Hudson, who wrote a trilogy about ancient depth and the depth system that goes more into detail than what's his name, David Graeber or whatever.
Hmm.
He goes into more detail. He's been researching. Michael Hudson has been researching ancient depth for 50 years since the 1970s because he was hired by Chase Manhattan to see when the Central American banks would be able to pay back their debts and the Central American countries would be able to pay off their debts. Michael Hudson did the math and he said it's literally impossible. They would have to be as rich as America to be able to pay off those debts, and even then they wouldn't be able to due to interest payments.
Yeah, yeah. Like I was watching this
Even Central
one.
America came right.
Yeah, I was watching this one MMT guy, right? And he was explaining how where like money actually comes from, right? And he said, listen, like money predates like fucking commerce. Right. He said, you know, like literally like they were writing about money back, you know what I mean, like before like they were like the writing or no, or money predates writing. Right. Basically, like when you had like these problems of like people killing each other, hurting each other, whatever it was, like some farmer hurt another farmer or whatever, right? Like they had to find a way to be able to go like, listen, you're gonna pay them back this much. Right. And they had to make it kind of like fair across like, you know what I mean, villages because people got hurt, you know what I mean, on a regular basis, whatever it was, right? The motherfuckers got in a fight, you know what I mean? Somebody got punched and then like he fell over like a rock and then cracked his fucking elbow or whatever. Right. And he's like, now he can't work for so long and this is the elbow, so this is how much this is worth. And they came up with like values for all the type of shit. And this is where money originally comes from, right? And he got into like this thing where it's like central authorities were the ones that came up with fucking money. Right? It wasn't like this natural idea. There's never been a barter system in the history of humanity. Like it's never been a fucking thing. Right? It's a completely false narrative that was came up by fucking these like Hayek and fucking Friedman and all these fucking people back in like the 19 fucking 40s and shit. And like this super fascinating shit about like the history of money. Now there's some things that like I looked him up and he's fucking wrong about, but like a lot of this shit he was like 100% right on. And like it's really fucking cool understanding how debt and money and like fucking like all the shit actually came to be rather than like the myth that we believe about today because of like these garbage ass libertarian capitalist motherfuckers who just go like, yeah, listen, you know, this is how this fucking started off and it's fucking stupid, bro. Like it's fucking, yo, I'll tell you I'll tell you some work. You know what I mean? Like you'll listen to me and go, man, listen, this guy, they've been studying this since like the fucking 1960s and shit too. Right, and it's these MMT motherfuckers.
Yeah, I think they might be related if that's true because Michael Hudson knows every person who's been researching this because there's only like three of them. There was no one doing this in the 1970s, so he himself had to research from the beginning, right? Himself with his research team, the ancient depth of the Near East, because there was so little books written on this. He is the defining leader at this point. Him and a small group of researchers that are connected, like two, three other people, and then their research teams are the only people studying. And he's been like at the forefront of this. And I actually got his audiobooks because some leftists used AI to transcribe the audiobooks. So I got the files. I'm gonna send them to you. It's a trilogy, bro. It's so fucking informative. Like so liberals and leftists like Hayek thought that the jubilee of the biblical times could have never happened with the Jews nor any of the Semitic people or any of the Sumerians of that region. And Michael Hudson's theory is that no, it had to be true because we're seeing how debt is accumulates and it's never paid off. And so the agricultural people had their own currency, which was grain, and the merchants had their own currency, which was silver. And so the debts of the lower classes and the grain growers and the food producers of your society was easily cancelable because most of the debts were taken from local temples or the government or the state. So whenever a new king in Mesopotamia would become king and coronated, he would forgive the debts of all the lower class people. And so he would reset indentured servitude back to everyone having their own land, their own ancestral land, back to and shift everybody back to those lands.
Yeah,
And the Jubilee
I
system.
sent you a link. Right, I sent you a link for it. It's
Okay.
L Randall Ray. Right, he's
Okay.
he's an MMT guy. Like some of the shit he said, like a couple of the things I checked him and he was like wrong on, but like a lot of the shit he said, he was fucking right as fuck about. Fucking super interesting shit. You know what I mean? Super duper interesting shit.
For sure. But then if you're into that, you should also check out the trilogy of Michael Hudson as well. I'm gonna send you, if I can, the zip files right now. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Let me see if I can do that real quick. But yeah, this guy is really making some interesting points. That look, what happened in the Mesopotamian time was that if they had infinite debt, whenever there was an invasion or need for war, all the poor people would run away because they're like at that time there were city states. It wasn't that the entire lands around everywhere was taken already by states. So you had the center of the city and then at the outer of the city, the wilderness. So people would run away to different places. They would run away to make their own farming communities. And then when it was safe, they would come back to the city. And then all the city people are like, fuck, we can't have this system because then all the rural people run away when we need them. So how can we incentivize them to stay? Okay, we're going to promise them that every few generations, we're going to get rid of indentured servitude and reset the system to a free market again. Everybody goes back to their ancestral lands. The 6% of the population who owns 90% of the land or 80% of the land, it gets redistributed back to everybody. And then over the next 50 to 70 years, you can have this free market again where you have debt and people losing land because they're irresponsible and all these things. But over time, the promise is we're going to get you out of indentured servitude every few generations. This is a system, though, in the West where we're putting people into indentured servitude perpetually, especially nowadays with a mortgage, healthcare, car costs, everything. You're putting the working class into perpetual serfdom. And the middle class.
Well, you know what mortgage actually translates to, right?
The original
It's
definition
French.
of the word?
Yo, it's French. It's death pledge.
Yeah, it sounds French. Yeah. Yeah. I want to play, if you want, we can listen to a little bit of Michael Hudson for you to get an idea. Let me see if I can find it.
Share it up.
Oh, yeah.
Or, you know, I mean, do whatever you guys do.
I put a video
And
in
then
the
I
side
also,
chat.
awesome. If I could share you this audiobook and we have a few days where we listen to like a chapter a day or chapter a week as a stream.
Yeah, it's this,
I'd be
yeah. I think this is the same guy.
okay. Or they might be part of the same team. All right.
Yeah, like yo, bro. Okay,
Damn
listen,
it.
hold up. I'm gonna share it. It's not Michael Hudson. It's not Michael Hudson. Right. This is the same fucking dude. Yeah, fucking open the joint up. Give me a second. Boom. Boom. Hold up.
Let me start off.
Yeah, fucking yeah. This is the exact one that I fucking that I got put onto too. Like I saw this fucking same link. I'm gonna throw this on. You can listen to this real quick, Gio. All right, I'm gonna go throw in a fucking load of laundry by his place.
Okay.
With the way that everybody is introduced to money, whether you studied economics or not, I'm sure you got this story. I can remember when my daughter was in first grade, and she came to me and told me this story. And I said, well, actually, that's not quite right. She said, yes, it is, Daddy. This is what the teacher said. So you get it from a very young age. It begins
I've seen this,
barter. We've got Robinson Crusoe. He's shipwrecked. He meets Friday. Crusoe knows how to grow grain. Friday knows how to fish, so they barter. But this can be very inconvenient because it requires that on the day that Friday wants to deliver a fish, Crusoe actually wants a fish, and he's willing to trade grain for it. So the story is that it requires a double coincidence of wants. So it's inconvenient. They search around for something to act as a medium of exchange. They might begin with seashells, but through some evolutionary process, they end up with gold, which has some nice characteristics that make it a very good medium of exchange. It's very valuable, it doesn't rot, and on and on and on. So this greatly reduces the transactions costs involved in barter. There is one problem with gold: it is extremely valuable. You got to worry about people who will try to take away your gold stock. So you start storing it with the goldsmiths. The goldsmiths already had that problem. They had to protect the gold stock that they're using to make jewelry. They have safes and so on, and so you would deposit your gold with the goldsmith. The goldsmith gives you a receipt. People discover that they actually can use those receipts in payments rather than using the gold, because individuals who accept them know that they can go get the gold out of the goldsmith's safe whenever they want. The goldsmith, in turn, realizes that he actually doesn't have to keep the gold in the safe. He only needs to keep a little bit because those receipts are not all going to come back on the same day. Okay, so he discovers what we now call the deposit expansion process. He can issue lots of receipts and hold just a little bit of gold, maybe 10%, for safekeeping to redeem on demand. Those goldsmiths become the banks. So that's the story. Okay, what is money in this view? I want to say something about the nature of money, and I'm going to contrast it with the MMT view. Money comes about to lubricate the market. It's more efficient than barter. Specific money-denominated assets fulfill that function, medium of exchange. Exactly which kinds of things fulfill that function changes over time. For a very long time, it supposedly was gold, okay, but gradually we have changed those money things that fulfill that function. But still today, the focus is on money as a medium of exchange. There are other functions that money serves, but those derive from the medium of exchange function. So medium of exchange is the most important function of money. Okay, what is wrong with this orthodox story? I know that I am being very quick explaining the dominant paradigm on money and banking. But what's wrong with it? First, there's actually no evidence of barter-based markets. And I don't know if any of you have read David Graeber's book. This was just a fantastic success, an unimaginable success. Debt, the first 5,000 years. Everybody bought this book. Okay, it was a runaway bestseller. It's like 5,000 pages long. It's the kind of book everybody buys and probably hardly anybody reads, including me. I've got it on my shelf. Maybe when I retire, I'll finally get the time to read it. Okay, but what David shows is that when we look around the world, as far back as we go, you just do not find any economies anywhere based on barter. They just do not exist. Okay. And what we actually find when we look at history, and I knew this long before Graeber, is that money actually pre-exists markets. Money was not invented as a transactions cost minimizing device for markets that already existed. Money pre-exists markets. Okay, money is as old as writing. How do we know that? The very first written records are all about money. Okay, basically, writing was not invented by poets. It was invented by accountants to keep track of money values. All right? So money exists before markets, so there's something wrong with that part of the story. And even the Austrians, who pushed for a very long time this barter story, they now admit that once you get beyond about 10 people and 10 different commodities, it's very hard for market higgling and haggling to settle on a a single commodity that will serve as money. If you're talking about many commodities and many people involved, unless you add modern computing power, you're not going to select a single commodity to serve as your money commodity. And finally, from the very beginning, the evidence shows that authorities were always involved in the monetary system, in creating the monies of account. I'll come back to that. So authorities were always there. It wasn't Robinson Crusoe and Friday that invented money. It came out of the authorities. Another problem with the story is modern money has no intrinsic value. This is a little bit hard to explain when your whole story was about choosing a commodity that was very valuable that could serve as your money commodity. Okay? Today's monies are not attached to any commodities. They have no intrinsic values. And neither did ancient money, in spite of the goldsmith story. As far back as you go, the money things did not have intrinsic values, usually. Okay. There's an infinite regress problem. What people will do then is they say, well, yes, in the past it was gold that gave money value, but today it is trust. They ask them, well, what is the trust in the money? They say, well, I trust that Billy Bob will take it from me in payment. I trust I can go to the grocery store and someone will take it. Okay? In my view, that's a very thin argument to base the most important institution we have in modern economies, which is money, on trust. And also, there is no circular flow that can explain where the money comes from. How does it get into the economy? So I'm going to present an alternative. This is sort of. So, where did money come from? We do not know, and we will not know. Nobody sat down and wrote a memo, today I invented money and this is how I did it. We're not going to find that. Because money pre-existed writing. As I said, the first writing already is talking about money. So we're not going to know. We have to speculate. The most convincing speculating I've ever seen is done by the most famous coin collector in the world, beyond collecting, studied coins, was a guy named Philip Grierson at University of Cambridge in England. When he died, he donated all the coins, which were worth a fortune, to the University of Cambridge. He speculated that actually money came out of the ancient tribal practice that's called Wehrgeld. Now that was applied to the Germans. Roman society was civilized. Germany was still a tribal society. The Romans studied the German tribal society, so we know a lot about how it functioned. But anthropologists find that every tribal society they come across also has this Wehrgeld tradition. If you cause an injury to someone else, okay, here, whoops, killed the guy, a fine is imposed on you. And you have to pay a fine to the victim's family. Okay? These fines were in kind. It would depend on what the injury was. That would determine what you had to pay, whether it's a goat or a cow or a horse or sheep or chicken. Oh, as far back as there was tribal society and humans came out of tribal society, so it's as old as humans. Okay, when did they come up with the idea and why did they come up with it? We don't know when, but it's obvious why they did it. To stop blood feuds. Otherwise, you have the Hatfields and the McCoys killing each other. So this is to stop retribution. You had to pay a fine. So Grierson's notion was that the concept of valuing things came out of the Wehrgeld tradition. It was a huge jump because Wehrgeld, you pay a cow versus a chicken, depending on the damages you had done. Money allows you to compare those things. Oh, it takes 100 chickens value to equal one cow. He thinks that's where money came from. It's a big intellectual jump, bigger than any measuring jump we had ever done before, because the measurements before money always were length. What's the length? Foot. Whose foot? The king's foot. okay, or cubit and so on. Those are relatively easy. Now, a hint is that every ancient money unit was the name of a grain weight unit. Shekel, lira, pound, those are all weight units. They all came out of measuring grain. So someone had the idea, let's use the grain measurement in order to measure the value of everything. By Babylonian times, this is exactly what they did, and then the price list, the equivalents to the mina, which was a grain weight unit, was posted at the temple. That is how you knew the value of everything. It was set by the temple's authorities. I'll come back to religion because it's important for money. Okay, alternative, what is money?
Would you define money?
Yeah, I will. It is a state monopoly. It is a social unit of measurement. If you're in America, you can point to anything, you can ask people, what is that worth? They're not going to tell you in terms of chickens. They're going to tell you in terms of dollars. Almost everything can be valued in terms of dollars. Now, not quite everything, but as capitalism develops, a greater and greater range of things are measured in terms of money. It is a state money of account. Almost without exception, the money unit of account that we use comes from the state. Every time a new country is formed, it chooses its own money of account. Why did we get the dollar in the US? Because we didn't want the pound. Okay? We just revolted. We chose the dollar, and we modeled our currency after the Spanish currency to thumb our noses at England. Right? And then we have money records. There's a hierarchy of these IOUs denominated in the state money of account. There is bank money, okay, and there are your IOUs. They're all denominated in the US dollar in America. The form that they take depends on technology. I'll come back to this. Paper money, coin money, electronic money, that is just the technological way of recording. The tally sticks, the use of the currency and value of money are based on the power of the issuing authority, not on the intrinsic value. Okay? The currency does not have to have any intrinsic value. It's based on the power of the issuing authority. The currency itself is a record of debts, whether it's printed on paper or stamped on a coin. It's a record of a debt. It is a promise to redeem, and I'll say more about what redemption means. The state played the central role in the evolution of money from the very beginning. It always has played the central role. What we typically find when we look around the world today and we look back as far back as we can go, about 5,000 to 6,000 years into the past, what we find is the one state or one nation, one currency rule. Each nation or state has its own currency. When the Soviet Union falls apart, every one of the former members chooses its own currency. Okay? In the past, the exceptions to this rule were extremely small and virtually irrelevant. The Vatican State used the Italian lira. Okay? That was an exception, minor. The only major exception to this rule is Euroland. It was an experiment in an exception, and it's been disastrous. Okay? Before the euro, this is what we find. It's not a coincidence. It's tied up with sovereign power, political independence, and fiscal authority. This is why every new nation adopts its own currency. And finally, taxes drive money. Taxes are what gives value its money. It is the power to impose taxes that is the important sovereign power that ensures the currency has value.
All right.
Yeah, this is right up Michael Hudson's alley, by the way. So he and this guy would agree on a lot of it.
Probably. Right. Yeah, listen, like I thought, you know, I mean, like this was super fucking fascinating. I watched this first and then watched the next interview that I sent you. Right, but like, yeah, this is a super anti-libertarian shit, right?
Yeah. So it's state force that creates and the stability of that state that creates its confidence in using that currency, essentially. Right. So the Roman Empire, when the Roman Republican Empire had the denarius, it became the most useful, most trusted currency because it was growing and growing into the economy of the Mediterranean. And the Roman state over time, because they were over leveraged in using more money that they were bringing in, they started what's the word? Contaminating the coin. What's the word? Diluting the coin with tin and copper and nickel to make each coin worth less, so that they could leverage it. Right. So we're having the same problem today.
Well, I mean, like that's a normal thing, right? I think it's the same guy, to be honest with you. I'm not a quadrillion percent sure. Let me look fucking see if they have his name.
No. Look up the one I sent you, the link in general chat. That's Michael Hudson.
This is the same guy. And I was just checking to see if this is the same guy from the other video, right? Yeah, this is the same dude.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he said some nonsense in the other video. I remember what it was. He said, he said some shit about fucking something about like fucking slavery or some nonsense, right? It was like complete and utter crazy bullshit that he said, right? And I was like, what did you just say, dog? Like, listen, that was. Oh no. He said, okay. He said in the 1490s, the reason that fucking explorers started going west was to find gold to fund fucking the new crusades. And I was like, what, dog? Like, listen, there was no crusades in the 1490s, bro. There was no crusades in the 1500s. Like, the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, you're just saying complete and utter nonsense. Like, stop. Like, stop saying words.
Womp.
Yeah. I was looking, so, do you want to play a piece of this? Is that what you wanted to do, though?
Yeah, the last link. The Hudson one, yeah, the Michael Hudson and Debt Cancellation in the Ancient World. Yeah, we can check that out.
Okay.
And I sent you the full sources of his audio books in that Google Drive. Anyone can download them onto their computer if they want, or on their phone, so they have it. But yeah, feel free to click on the link and download these audio books. I put all three.
Ah, shit. 2.4 gigabytes. Holy fuck.
Yeah. Like, dude, I'm so happy he did this, because otherwise I would have to buy the books and read them, but now I can like listen to them.
Well, it's gonna take a minute to download that shit, so fucking I'm waiting for it to download, and then I
No, we're not playing that. No, we're not playing that. We're playing the YouTube clip right above it. The YouTube clip, Robinson's podcast clips in the general chat. It's only on 4 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's for now. Yay.
General chat, Robinson's podcast.
Reading Rainbow. The more you know.
I'm going to read the laws of Hammurabi, and even more important, the debt cancellations, the clean slates of Hammurabi and his all of the other members of his dynasty, and all of the neighbors of Babylonia and earlier in Sumer. And what I found, it didn't matter that I didn't had studied Assyriology, because the translation of each of their speeches was completely different in German, French, and in English, and American. Each of them would, when it come to, well, what exactly did they do when they were proclaiming order? The American, Samuel Claimer, said, well, they had a tax reduction, and that's just what Ronald Reagan should do. He should cut taxes just like Rukagina did in Sumer, and he wrote a New York Times editorial for that. A tax cancellation. Well, a lot of tax debts were canceled because the major debt in the Bronze Age were to the palace sector and to the temple sector, to the large institutions. The British said these are a free trade law. And Wilfrid Lambert and I had a long discussion at one of the rencontre for Assyriological meetings on that. And he wanted to see whether I could, being an economist, could talk about Assyriology. And the one word he wanted to find was underarum, which was the word that Hammurabi used for a debt cancellation. It meant a free-flowing, meaning that debt servants who were held as bond servants to their creditors had the freedom to go back to their original houses and not be a servant anymore. And the slaves that were pledged to creditors could also be returned to their former masters. Well, okay, that was, but that wasn't really a free trade, although I think that obligations to pay a tariff to kings were probably part of the Assyrian debt cancellations. The Germans had just what I wanted to hear, debt cancellation. The German Assyriologist Krauss wrote in incredibly different German Professorendeutsch a whole study of this. And that was very sympathetic. But then the French, I thought, had the best translation at all. They called it's a restoration of order, ending the disorder. It was a return to the mother condition. The Sumerian word was amargi, from ma, meaning mothers. So, for instance, when the Iraqi president Hussein said, this is going to be the mother of all wars, he meant the paradigmatic war. Well, the amargi was the paradigmatic balance of society the way that it should be. So I wrote a draft of what I'd found, and my neighbor and friend Alex Marshak, who'd written about the Ice Age and the leading Ice Age archaeologist, sent what I'd written to the head of the Peabody Museum at Harvard, Karl Lambert Karlofsky. He immediately said, do you want to be a research fellow on the Harvard faculty and do this? This is revolutionary. Let's do it. So it took us a few years to, he said, became apparent that I couldn't simply write it. We had the idea, let's invite the leading Assyriologists, Egyptologists, people who were scholars who could read all of the Bronze Age proclamations, letters, legal cases, and we're going to study we're going to write a financial and economic history of the ancient Near East. So we began to do that in 1994, and over the next 20 years, we did a series of 6 colloquium and published 5 volumes, rewriting the history.
Yeah.
1 second, that was kind of a bad clip. I want more information. That was a shitty clip. Whoever
It's simple.
clipped that
Spin the
clip did
wheel
a
of
shitty
100
fucking
numbers.
job.
Put the ball on that yard line and
Like a number, any number.
I be watching like some dumb shit on YouTube. I'll be honest with you. So there we go. Okay. But that was
You can go straight. Wait. Yeah, that was a terrible clip. If you go to the podcast itself, so go to Robinson Podcast. So go to the search. Yeah, go to his podcast exactly. Go to his videos. Scroll down. Oh, go to the search function on the top right there. The magnifying glass next to playlists right there. Click on Michael Hudson.
Okay.
Go down to how the Catholic Church created the modern state. Go down. Go down more to ancient debt. No, go down more to ancient debt. I don't want the Catholic Church yet. Go down to depth and civilization. Where's the whole podcast, motherfucker? Go down.
This is just the whatchamacallit. Hang on.
Oh, this is the clips. No, go to his regular channel. Go to
God damn it. Listen, all right, Robinson Podcast.
Just type in Robinson Podcast Eckert is his last name. ECK or some shit. Yeah,
Robinson
first
Eckert.
one. There you
Many
go.
words
And do the
interpreted.
same thing. Yeah, do the same.
Videos. I think he.
Or
Yeah,
the
listen.
search
I just
function
watched.
just
You look, see the whole thing.
see.
Fucking Reggie. I
Okay,
watched
so this is a good part. He's really good. He's a leftist, but he has better conversations than a lot of the other podcasts. He actually tries to engage with the guy rather than
Okay, so Hudson, which one do you want?
the modern shit.
Which one do you want?
Let's do
Wait, hey, let me look up
let's
Hudson.
do
Hang on, man.
yeah,
Hudson.
do Hudson real quick.
Done. Okay.
Okay, we can do the first one right there. Yeah, and then go to the section that
That
talks
should be
about
the
ancient debt.
center
That's what
of-
we want to do.
Talks about
On the
what?
bottom, just look for ancient debt, or does he have it labeled,
Not labeled.
or no?
It's not fucking labeled.
Motherfucker.
Tom, if you go to the transcript on the lower and then hit Control F on your keyboard, you can search keywords in the YouTube video.
I fucking know. Oh, here we go.
Okay,
Wait,
there
wait,
we
okay.
go. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Perfect.
Which one do you want?
Yeah, look at any of those, whichever one you're interested in. You have the debt cancellation and the ancient wealth.
We already watched the
12
debt
minutes in.
cancellation, but that one's trash. What
Good
do you
evening,
want?
guys. Okay.
Which one?
And then let's see. The brilliance of Bronze Age economics, so we can do that one.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's cool.
21, and then we can
And
go from there.
I realized that the
Little
way
by-
to explain how different the Bronze Age was, how different civilization was at its takeoff, was to say what didn't happen. Because if you just begin by saying what did happen, everybody will say, no, it couldn't have happened that way. That's not how we do things. That's not what Milton Friedman and Margaret Thatcher would have done if they could have got into a time machine and gone back to Hammurabi and said, no, that's not what to do. Don't interfere with the market. They can't pay the debts. Let them pay the price. Let them go into bondage. If that would have happened, civilization never would have taken off. So I realized that everything had been taught in college about the very university study, PhD, for courses about here's what money is, here's how money began, was all propaganda that was made up in the late 19th century when by opponents of government, by essentially the predecessors of Milton Friedman, the Austrian school, and which they were represented the landlord class, the monopoly class, and the financial class. And they said, the government, something terrible is happening. In America, they're passing antitrust legislation, what Teddy Roosevelt's doing. In Germany, they're nationalizing, what should be private enterprise. They're preventing us from making money by charging whatever the market will bear. The best kind of an economy is one with no government at all. Well, how could they define it? They have to say, well, civilization began without a government. And to people, I think Ronald Reagan, when he said the worst words in the English language is, the government's here to help you. What he meant was, from the very beginning of civilization, in this libertarian view, you had private entrepreneurs trying to make money, trying to create wealth, and the government interfered them by not letting them charge enough rent, by not letting them collect on their debts, by reducing the population to bondage, by keeping basic infrastructure and basic human needs in the public domain instead of letting them be monopolized for economic rent. And so the theory of money that I was taught in universities, and that every economist is brainwashed into thinking, except for the modern monetary theorists at the University of Missouri at Kansas City back then, said, well, money began in barter. And everybody would you'd have people growing wheat, corn, they'd maybe be weaving clothes and wool, or they'd be giving you wool. They'd be making handicrafts, shoes, and some people would provide raw materials like silver was something they liked, and they liked silver because it was lasted a long time. It was uniform, and that was what they wanted in barter. And so, because the people who were able to save money wanted something like silver or gold, that's why silver and gold was money. Well, the reason the banks wanted silver and gold was that's something that the financial sector owned. And the last thing that these free enterprise monetary people wanted was the idea that governments could create money. Well, and I began to look at how did money come into being. Well, it's obvious that it couldn't have happened the way that the economists are taught. One thing they say, silver is in uniform quality. Well, it wasn't uniform quality. If you're giving silver, how do you know it's pure silver? I think it was like 7/8 pure in Babylonian and various purities that were standardized in Rome and in Greece. So it wasn't uniform. There was counterfeiting way back then. So one thing, it's not as uniform as you thought. It didn't rust. That's true. That it lasted. And but then, how do you express this money in prices? You can't go with a piece of silver and say, "I'll pay you a piece of silver for a bushel of grain to go home and make bread with." How do you get an equivalency? Well, you'd have to have some either a measure of weight for the silver, or you'd have to have a volume measure of a cup. Well, if you have a scale in antiquity, how are you going to measure out a teeny little piece of silver for that bushel of grain? There were not scales of that quality in antiquity. It's just silly.
Yeah.
That kind of thing never could have happened. And what were the denominations that people used? A mina was divided into 60 shekels. 60 shekels had a weight. That was silver weight was made equivalent to grain volume. And most of the debts of the population, being an agrarian economy, paid in grain. Well, the economists said, we don't understand that. How can you carry around grain in your pocket? You go to the alehouse, you pay for your beer in grain. Doesn't it get sort of seedy in your pocket after a while? Well, there was never any attempt to understand how transactions occurred in the Bronze Age. And it was not only the Bronze Age, it was down to medieval England, much of medieval Europe. Most debts were paid once a year when the crop was in. They weren't paid during the year. You would run up a debt during the year. As I said, you'd run up a debt to, here we are at Austin's Ale House, to be settled at harvest time on the threshing floor. We have all of the contracts. They all said this money will be paid on the threshing floor. We'll weigh it out. The money that's paid to the ale house will go to them. The money that's paid to the palace for advances of what you need to live and to cultivate your land will go to the palace. What you owe to the temples for what they provide will go to that. What you owe to creditors, if you got sick and you needed money, they'll go to them. All the debts are going to be paid then. And that seemed to be that, you say that and you think, oh, now I understand how it works. But there's that nobody had to lend money for any of this. Everybody was just doing business. They'd give you the drinks. They'd give you all the services you needed. It was a credit economy. There's one thing that is not taught in American economic universities: credit and debt. It didn't play any role at all in this idea of money. Most money were to pay the debts that you ran up during the year. It was used once a year or so I'm talking about for goods and services, not for financial transactions by traders using silver among themselves. So the problem is, it's very nice to, you harvest the grain, you bring it into the threshing floor, but what happens when the harvest fails? That's something that a kind of question that economists stutter about. It's something that if you mention that to someone like Paul Krugman, he's going to just, what do you mean they can't pay? They get confused. Well, if you can't pay, we're back at the problem that I mentioned at the beginning. think of what happened when England went into India after England conquered the British East India Company, I should say, conquered England. Much of India was run before under certainly the Islamic North, and there was credit way down through Islam, and the rulers realized that if the crops failed, you couldn't reduce the population to bondage, because then there wouldn't be anyone to do the work anymore, right? Or they'd all leave. Certainly they couldn't be in the army anymore because they'd be bond servants. Well, that was exactly the problem that the Babylonians felt and the Sumerians felt. You wanted a population to be free on the land. Freedom meant being able to produce your own means of support. And so the Sumerian rulers, the Babylonian rulers, and all of the neighboring countries had similar debt cancellations that say, well, either there was a drought, and if there's a drought, then debts don't have to be paid. That's in Hammurabi's laws, as well as his debt cancellation proclamations. If the storm god Adad floods the land, don't have to pay. And whenever there was a military conflict that sort of devastated the land, or called the cultivators away, the debts wouldn't be paid, because you didn't want the population to be in bondage. And the flip side of that is you didn't want the result of bondage to be a creditor class emerging with its own economic power. Because if you had a creditor class emerging, as they did in the late Roman Empire, in the Byzantine Empire, in the 9th and the 10th centuries of our era, the leading creditors would use their credit to appropriate the land of debtors who couldn't afford to pay the taxes. Well, pledge your land as collateral, we'll take it from you, just like America will take Latin American land to pay the debt. And they would get their own army. Well, okay, now you're a bond servant, you're part of our army. But it's as if they were telepaths and read Milton Friedman in the 19th century. And Margaret Thatcher and said, well, let's just get rid of the government that is trying to prevent us from reducing the population to bondage. Let's attack Byzantium and Constantinople. And there were continual wars of the large creditor class and the landowning nobility against Constantinople. And at one point in the 10th century, Constantinople won. They wanted peace. They said, look, we have the strongest army here in Constantinople. We're stronger than your creditors. Just accept the fact, they were going to have a balanced economy, and we want the people to be free because we're threatened by all sorts of invaders coming from the east, and we have to defend ourselves, not to mention the Christians from the west, trying to loot us. And so there was a great, the emperor of the Byzantine Empire invited the rival general to have a dinner to make peace. And he sat down with the general and said, how can we prevent this kind of fighting that happened again? We're peaceful to you. We're not going to do anything to you. You can go back to your own land and have as much of the wealth as you possess, but you can't take the wealth away from the population. And the general said, well, he said exactly what a classical Greek tyrant said to another tyrant when Thrasybulus was asked, what do we do to prevent an oligarchy from taking over? Thrasybulus went to a wheat field, and he said, look here, wheat, they're all different sizes. He took a scythe, and he cut off the stalk so everything was at the same level. And he didn't have to put that into words. It was a visual metaphor. But the Byzantine general said, you have to prevent this egotism of the wealth from trying to take over. You have to tax them away. You have to prevent a wealthy oligarchy from developing, because if they do, they're going to want to keep attacking you and getting rid of the state, because that's what rich people do. Now, I thought that should be the center of modern economics. We're having the 1%, and what does the 1% try to do? It's taken over all of the universities in the United States. You don't learn about how to make a mixed economy, public-private economy with balance. You're taught how to let the free market, let the rich people do whatever they want to the poor people. And the Romans were very clear about their idea of freedom. To the oligarchy in Rome, freedom was their right to do anything they wanted to their inferiors, to the rest of the population. That's what a free market is. It's a freedom for the creditors and the landowners to charge rent and the monopolies to take as much as they want from their victims. And that is not exactly what Adam Smith and John Stuart Mill and the classical political economists meant by a free market. They meant a market free from monopoly rent, free from landlords, and especially free from private banking. And that fight has been going on ever since antiquity. So in the articles that I've done on the origins of money, the origins of credit, the origins of interest, you see a common theme from the Bronze Age inception of economic practices, economic enterprise in the Middle East, down through classical antiquity, through medieval Europe to today. The same kind of fight by wealthy classes wanting to be an oligarchy, a financial oligarchy, and taking over the government. That should be not only the theme of economics, do you want to support that or do you want to oppose it, but the theme of the history of civilization, as far as I'm concerned. That's what today's civilizational fight is between the NATO West, the golden billion, and the global majority in the BRICS, trying to create an alternative to the International Monetary Fund, to the World Bank, and to the whole neoliberal idea of getting rid of a government and letting private banks in the privatized financial sector control the most important public utility, which is money and credit. That's why China has financed its remarkable economic growth without government debt. It prints its own money. That's why Stephanie Kelton has argued that America doesn't have to borrow from the creditors to increase public spending. It can simply do what Abraham Lincoln did in the Civil War. You can print the money. Every government that has fought a war has had to print its own money. It didn't borrow the money because there was no money to borrow or no lenders who were willing to lend. They print their own money. But on the return to peace, you have the creditors fight back, and now the last thing they want is to fund a war. Well, in the United States in 1913, this whole fight came to a head. Before 1913, the U.S. Treasury had done everything that the Federal Reserve had done ever since. It had 12 local districts that it would essentially handle the money supply of credit to the markets, to move the crops, to supply credit. You had J.P. Morgan and the bankers say, let's prevent money from being a public utility. Let's get the government out of money. Let's make money purely in the hands of a privatized financial class. To do that, we can't get rid of the Treasury. There'll always be a Treasury, but we can take all of its powers and have a privatized Federal Reserve. And they controlled the Federal Reserve. They said, we're not even going to let the Treasury or a Washington official be a member of the Federal Reserve. In fact, we're not going to have it centered in Washington. We're going to move the Federal Reserve to New York City, and with branches in Boston, where the financial center, in Chicago for the grain trade, in Philadelphia, that was a center. We're going to completely take control of the money supply so that it's the bankers who will decide where to supply credit for the economy. Well, we know today what bankers supply credit for. They don't finance industry. They have not industrialized the United States. They've deindustrialized it. Bankers make loans when there's collateral against it, to buy other collateral that is pledged to the bankers in exchange for the debt. 80% of loans are for real estate. Loans are made against stock holdings, bond holdings. You can buy a company with stock and pledge, the company itself as collateral for what you borrow to take it over, which is what private capital does primarily. This doesn't happen in a country like China. They make loans for tangible capital investment, and that's the difference. What we have today is not industrial capitalism anymore. It's finance capitalism, and that dynamic, you can just trace how it's evolved from the ancient Middle East through Greece and Rome, through the Crusades, to the origins of states in basically the 17th and 18th century. You had what you know as a modern state today is essentially a creation of the financial sector. From the beginning of the Crusades through about the 16th century, the Catholic Church was a global, international power over all of Christendom. The Catholic Church treated secular kings as their subordinates, and they said, how do we gain control of Christendom? We don't have an army, as Stalin noted, but they didn't need Stalin to tell them they didn't have an army. They went to Norman warlords like Robert Guiscard in southern Italy and Sicily, and William the Conqueror in 1066 in England. Said, we will bless you for taking over the country if you will pledge fealty to the papacy, and southern Italy, Sicily, England will be fiefdoms of the Catholic Church. In Rome, you'll be fiefs of the popes. We'll expect you to let us appoint the bishops in your countries, and the church lands were larger than the royal estates in England and many other realms, and we'll expect you to pay tribute to us. But we will back you and give you church approval of your divine right not to let Parliament and other people limit your ability to fight wars on our behalf. And Rome, by the 12th century, Rome tried to subdue other European countries to its own control. And Germany, the German kings, who were officially the Holy Roman emperors, were not warlords. They didn't want Roman control. They wanted to appoint their own bishops and to have the church part of a public society instead of having a theocratic control. So the popes told Edward Henry III, won't you tax your country to finance our war to fight against the German control of southern Italy? And you had Parliament that had already passed the Magna Carta in 1215, give Parliament the right to not let kings impose taxes without their consent. Well, when King John was the subject of the Magna Carta, he asked Pope Innocent III, won't you excommunicate these parliamentarians trying to create, they didn't use the word economic democracy, but try to question my divine rule. Innocent excommunicated the critics of the Magna Carta, said it was an absolute disaster. Not exactly what you're taught in the textbooks today. And 50 years later, when John's son, Henry III, tried to raise money to go fight the Pope's war against the Germans, there was a civil war in England, and the Pope, Parliament passed the provisions of Oxford and Westminster to limit it. The new Pope, Alexander, excommunicated them. There was a civil war.
God damn, bro. Listen, shit. I didn't know we were going to let that motherfucker run that long.
Yeah, I thought you were going to pause it eventually. I was just going to jump in to tell you to pause it.
Yeah. Listen, I didn't even notice
what
it
do you think so far?
went past the original point. You know what I mean? I was like, bro, listen, you really need all some Pope shit. Like, the fuck is going on? Like, it wasn't. What are we talking about the Pope for, bro? Like, yo, because remotely it like started off like sounding kind of all right, and then it was like, wait, this ain't got nothing to do with economics, bro. So we moved past that shit.
No, it does though, because he's talking about how the state is the one who's supposed to regulate the economy, right? So he's talking about how basically his theory is that we're using a Persian system without understanding the Persian system, and the Greek and Roman oligarchs were not doing the parts of the jubilee that the Sumerians and Persians were doing. So they took on the debt system, but they never let their people out of indentured servitude. And if you go, like, the feudal system is similarly the same thing.
Gotcha.
So when Westerners are crying out for freedom, you're crying out for freedom away from the oligarchic class, not the king. The king hasn't been the one putting you in debt. It's been the aristocracy of Europe that's been putting everybody in debt, permanent debt, that they can never pay off ever, as the lower class. Right, so look at indentured servitude in America with bringing the Irish over. Oh, yeah, come work with us for 4 years and we'll give you your freedom. Not. We're going to hold on to your papers. You're going to work for us for 8 years, 10 years, 12 years. Because who doesn't like free labor? Right? So then what are we complaining about today? That the oligarchs of America
I wanted to ask you, did you watch that video that I sent you?
Not yet. I was, in this with you, so I didn't have an opportunity yet.
No.
We could play that one next.
The original video, I sent it to you like fucking weeks ago. The true origin of capitalism.
True origin.
Send me this video that's on the screen right now. I'll watch it later.
Hang on.
Yeah, put that in the chat. I don't know if I've seen this one, but you can play part of this one if you want right now.
Yeah, listen. This is one.
But I haven't.
Watch.
Yeah.
No. All right, listen. I'm gonna throw this on. We're gonna run this out. This is great. This is fucking amazing.
Lovely. Very nice. How are you doing?
Oh, me?
Yeah,
no, I'm all right.
Let's go around everyone individually and find out how we are. It'll take too long. That's crazy. Welcome. Really nice to see you again, George. We talked before lockdown, and now it's post-lockdown. We are going to be talking about your book, The Invisible Doctrine, which you wrote with Peter Hutchinson, and it's also a film, right, as well as a book. The quote from the film I liked from the trailer of the film, in fact, was imagine people in Russia not having heard of communism, which is sort of the basis of this book, is that we're living under a system that most of us haven't heard of. But probably the place to start with this is actually to talk about what capitalism is, I think, and that's sort of where the book starts. It's sort of more important to just define capitalism and where that began.
Yeah, no, I think it's the right place to start, because neoliberalism, which we're also going to be talking about, is really a tool used by capitalism, and the purpose of the tool is to defeat democracy. That's what it's there for. There have been two very handy tools used by neoliberalism. One is fascism, used by capitalism. One is fascism, one is neoliberalism. But to understand it and to get behind it, we really need to understand, first of all, what capitalism is.
Yeah.
And you can get into endless rows with people about, I'm pro-capitalism, I'm anti-capitalism, without anyone actually defining what they mean by this thing.
Yeah.
And there's this generalized assumption that capitalism, well, is buying and selling stuff, and it's having people working for you, and it's having property and stuff. But a lot of that comes under the aegis of commerce.
Yeah.
And things like that have been happening. Commerce has been happening for thousands of years. But Peter and I see capitalism as a distinct economic system which arose about 600 years ago. And following the work of the great geographer Jason Moore, who applies Karl Polanyi's definition that capitalism involves the commodification of land, labor, and money, he traces back the origins of capitalism to about 1450 on the island of Madeira.
Yeah.
It's very specific. And he says this arguably is the first place where land, labor, and money were simultaneously commodified. So commodification means the stripping away of social and cultural and historical meaning. It means instrumentalizing that thing so that it has just one purpose, and that purpose is to make money for you. And Madeira was struck upon by the Portuguese in 1420. And they thought, oh God, there's an island covered in a whole load of trees. It's got lots and lots of Madeira, timber on it, wood. What are we going to call it? Tough one. You know, it's the classic imagination of the colonist. Oh, we'll call it Madeira. Yeah. So, and Portugal was very short of timber at the time. They'd used it all to build their ships to get to places like Madeira. They'd run out. And so they were delighted to stumble across this place, which was a rare example of a genuinely uninhabited land. There were no people living there. And so, to begin with, they did what they'd been doing at home. They cut down trees, they ran a few cattle and pigs on the land, and then someone realized this was a great place for growing sugar. And sugar was like gold in those days. It was so valuable. And it had the right climate, the right soil, and above all, it had loads of Madeira, because you need about 60 kilograms of wood to refine a kilogram of sugar in the boilers. Right. And so they thought, you know, we could just do this. There's no one stopping us. There's no lord of the manor to say, you can't use this land. There's no commoners to say, we've got rights over this land. We can just do whatever the hell we want on this land. Oh, hang on a moment. We need labor. So where do we go? Do we go to local? Oh, there aren't any local people. We can't go there. Do we go to Portugal and buy some labor, or try to force some local lord to give up some of his serfs? No, we don't need to pay anyone. We can just go and grab labor from wherever it's grabbable. So they went to the Canary Islands and they grabbed people to use as slaves. And then when they ran out, they went to West Africa and grabbed more people to use as slaves. So pure commodification of labor alongside this commoditized land. And then they said, well, we had to finance this operation, so where do we go? Again, you'd normally go to your local money lender, your lord of the manor, the rest of it to get money. They'd charge extortionate rates of interest. But hey, we're on Madeira, we can go wherever the hell we want. So they went to Genoa, or they went to Flanders. And there were no social relations tied up with that money. It was just money for the use of money. And then when they brought these three elements together, in what Jason Moore argues is a unique combination, hadn't been done before, extraordinary things happened. First of all, within about 30 years, Madeira became the world's primary source of sugar. Even though it's a tiny island in the Atlantic, it was just like, woof, this massive explosion in production. But then, almost overnight, the production collapsed. Within 10, 20 years, it lost 80% of productivity. And the reason for that was that Madeira ran out of easily accessible sources of Madeira. They had to go further, slaves had to go further and further to obtain wood for the boilers because they cut down all the forests, and so their productivity of labor collapsed. And so boom and bust, which turn out to be two intrinsic elements of capitalism. But then the third one was they looked around and said, well, this place is fucked. Wonder how that happened. Let's clear off and go and find another place. Right. Quit. So they went to San Tomé, and they did exactly the same to San Tomé, but even quicker. And they burnt through that. They literally burnt through it. And by this time, Columbus had cleared off across the Atlantic, said, oh, this place looks nice. And so they were then able, after they buggered up San Tomé, to go over to the coast of Brazil, where they worked their way up the coast of Brazil, enslaving the indigenous people, murdering them in vast numbers, felling the forests, exhausting the soil, and then moving on to the next place. Boom, bust, quit was what this new system did. Moved into the Caribbean, by which time the English had joined them, the Spanish, the Dutch, the French, people who were cottoning on to this new way of doing business. And capitalism is a fire front. It's an economic system founded on colonial looting, which constantly expands and consumes its own frontier. And it pushes that frontier further and further into our lives, ecologically, socially, of course, economically, politically, going ever further to grab more and more resources through violence and turns common resources into private property, which can then be traded. And so it then feeds back into commerce and eventually overtakes commerce. But capitalism can exist without commerce, and commerce can exist without capitalism.
Yeah. I mean, is there not... I mean, the world, I suppose, just seems so big that it didn't feel like they needed to plant some more trees, but wouldn't it just make sense to make half of Madeira some wood again and replant it?
Well, of course,
it's just the greed of moving on quickly.
Well, I mean, you're just always looking for the low-hanging fruit,
you
know, the most accessible resources. And as you exhaust those, you have to push the frontier ever further and further out.
Yeah.
So you have to go and drill for oil in the Arctic or in the deep ocean, or look for minerals in the deep ocean, and your fish populations ever further and further away. You're extracting less and less from more and more as you exhaust resources, and now they're looking at mining asteroids or other planets. And
I can see where it's going. As Elon Musk heads for Mars, going, what can we take out of there? There's not many trees there, unfortunately, Elon, if we're going to try and do this. So neoliberalism is relatively new compared to capitalism. It's a sort of post-war invention.
So I mentioned before that capitalism for the past 150 years or so has had this problem, which is people voting. And when people vote, they have the temerity to ask for things like more wages and shorter working hours and not having their arms ripped off by machinery and having houses with roofs on and having breathable air and clean water and unadulterated food and stuff like this. And capitalism does not want to give this to people because that erodes the profit margin. And so capitalism has been trying to solve this problem of democracy ever since it reared its head. And it found a highly effective means of solving this in the form of fascism. It's not that capitalism invented fascism, but as it came along, it thought, oh, this is useful, this is great, this crushes the aspirations of the working people, and this basically sweeps away all that democracy nonsense and replaces it with a central authority which we can effectively control. And behind the fascist movements in Europe were some very big bucks, and some of the richest industrialists in Europe and in Japan supported fascist movements for that reason. But in 1945, that solution ran into a certain minor difficulty. But just in the nick of time, 1944, 2 books had been published, one called The Road to Serfdom by Friedrich Hayek, and one called Bureaucracy by Ludwig von Mises. And they opposed fascism. They weren't in any way people who were keen on totalitarianism or even authoritarianism. They believed that they'd struck upon a formula for human freedom. And they said the state is the great oppressor of freedom. If you look at Stalinism, if you look at Nazism, you'll see this centralized authority is destroying freedom. They were completely right about that, of course. And so the answer is to remove the state from our lives as much as possible, release the spirit of enterprise, and in doing so, discover a kind of natural order of the worthy and the unworthy. They were quite Calvinist in their approach. You can tell who the worthy are because they've got the money. You can tell who the unworthy are because they haven't got the money. And any interference by things like taxing the rich, spending money into public services, the welfare state, heaven forbid, trade unions, protest movements, regulations, any of those things will interfere with the discovery of the natural order, and the wrong people will come out on top and the right people will be cast down, and they won't achieve their natural position of economic dominance. So and it wasn't like they were trying deliberately to serve capital. That wasn't in the first instance their intent, though it later did become Friedrich Hayek's intent in a very clear way. But capital saw this in the form of some of literally the richest people on earth, they saw this and thought, whoa, fantastic. Just as the old system is failing, the old solution is failing, a new one comes along. And in 1947, they set up something called the Mont Pelerin Society, which they poured money into, vast amounts of money. And out of that came what has been described as the neoliberal international, a bit like the Marxist international, but neoliberal international, this case not powered by the proletariat, but powered by money. And they set up this international network of these so-called think tanks, junk tanks, as I prefer to call them, who are basically lobby groups for oligarchs and corporations. They set up new academic departments, they recruited tame journalists, government advisors, all sorts of influential people around the world. And because there was so much money, they could afford to recruit the cleverest people, and their task was to spin what was basically an outrageous and obnoxious doctrine, which most people who came across it absolutely hated, into something which seemed publicly acceptable. And you have to remember, this was right at the beginning of what the French call les 30 glorieuses, the 30 glorious years, 1945 to 1975, when there was what economists call the Great Compression, a massive reduction of inequality, a massive redistribution of wealth, because the power of the ruling classes had, to a large extent, been smashed by the Second World War. They'd lost a lot of their property, stuff had been requisitioned, there was rationing systems, there are all sorts of ways in which they could no longer keep accumulating. I mean, there was a 98% top rate of income tax in the UK, 94% in the US, there are 100% luxury goods tax. This really destroyed the power of the ruling economic class. And so they were in a very weak position, the few remaining plutocrats. And, Japan, they'd been swept away completely by MacArthur, who instituted what he later, about 5 years down the line, said, oh my God, is this socialism? Having completely destroyed the sort of the capitalist class and built up trade unions and done land reform and community ownership and stuff, and suddenly, hang on a moment. What have we done here? Anyway, are we the good guys now? Shit. And so they're in a weak position, but because they recruited these clever people, they could be very strategic. And as one of their recruits, Milton Friedman, said, we realized we had to wait a generation for this stuff to come to pass. But we could prepare ourselves. We could get ready. We could marshal the arguments. We could hone them. We could focus group them. We could see what played with people, what didn't play with people. We could develop a narrative. There was a lot for all of us to learn in what they did, in their very strategic approach. And he later said, when the time came, and this was in the late 1970s, when Keynesian social democracy ran into trouble, when the Great Compression began to crumble, when the time came, we could step right in. They had this ready-made solution. And they could say, that Keynesianism nonsense, all that social democracy, that's gone to shit, hasn't it? And look, we've got the answer. And people, they look around and say, who's got an answer to this, the trouble that we're in? There was stagflation, there'd been the oil crisis, there were all sorts of massive issues. Keynesianism had partly been ripped down by capitalists destroying capital controls, foreign exchange controls, on which Keynesianism was dependent. And here's someone saying, we've got a complete story here, a complete answer. And so it was just lapped up.
Yeah.
People were ready.
Yay.
What y'all think?
Or not so much.
What y'all think?
Womp.
Yeah. I thought it was pretty solid so far. Yeah, pretty solid so far, yeah. But that's the same criticism that traditionalists and monarchists have been making about capitalism, etc. The Catholic Church was trying to stop unlimited usury, for example, unlimited compound interest, for example, right? This is part of what Michael Hudson is talking about. And he even praises the early Catholic Church for trying to stop debt slavery, actually. This is in line with, go ahead. Interesting stuff so far, yeah.
I mean, that's a...
And by the way, the merchant one last thing: the British Empire, when they stopped the slave trade in the 1830s and banned it, they're banning it because the aristocratic merchant class of England is treating black slaves in the Caribbean so harshly that rumors are starting to spread all over Europe. And they're like, if these rumors are true, then you men are no longer Christian. You men don't even deserve to have any, ability to have slaves anymore. And that's why the English nobility bans the slave trade, because the merchant class are pure capitalists. They don't give a fuck about, treating people in a Christian manner, whereas at least the noble lords have to, right? So
Right.
that's the exact same scenario happening. Absolutely.
Here, listen. I'm gonna throw this next one on. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go and fucking
Just
change over
frankly,
my laundry.
no, absolutely
Yeah.
very much.
But is that, I mean, it just feels such a risky strategy from their point of view. Like, even just the idea of creating a conspiracy theory about, there being a force behind the scenes who are billionaires and who are taking all your money. If people make that realization, or if if the same thing happens with fascism as happened last time, then then we go around in a circle with going through all these different.
Well, I think one of the sorry.
Yeah, I just want is it that? I mean, is it like Madeira? I presume the people in Madeira didn't really think about what they were doing; they just did it, and then that was the consequences. Are the people sort of who you say are behind this? Are they just doing it, and then they're thinking of the immediate rewards rather than it being a massive?
Well, some are just filling their boots. The opportunity is there, and we'll just grab that opportunity with both hands. And we see this happening in America at the moment, big time. But some are much more strategic about it, and there's this recognition. It's long been realized that there's almost no relationship at all between evidence and practice in politics. There's a very interesting book published by two political scientists, Christopher Atchin and Larry Bartels, quite a few years ago now, called Democracy for Realists. And it says there's this folk theory of democracy, and the folk theory goes like this, that at every election, people get together and say, how well has this candidate performed over the past 4 or 5 years? Have they delivered on their manifesto? Have they improved my life? Have things materially got better for me or not? And let's weigh them against this other candidate who says they're going to do this, and we'll read the two manifestos. And that has never happened. That's just not how politics actually works. That's how we want to believe it works. That's how the political pundits say it works. That's how the BBC says it works. It's not how politics works. People, they said the great majority of voters have no politically useful information whatsoever. None. Absolutely zero. They talked about this time when, I can't remember which US president who very nearly lost re-election because of shark attacks in Chesapeake Bay. And he was blamed for the shark attacks. And people vote on things which have absolutely nothing to do with political evidence, because we are so poorly informed, and that opens the door to liars. And so you get these pathological liars, like Boris Johnson, like Donald Trump, coming to power because they have discovered there's no penalties for lying, and there's everything to be gained by lying, because you can tell people whatever they want to hear.
Yeah. But see, like Boris Johnson seemed very surprised and like he was being sick in his mouth the day after Brexit happened. So it felt like that wasn't what he intended the results to be. So and then he ran with what happened.
Oh, of course, yeah.
But it feels like they're just throwing bombs in there and seeing what happens and then picking up the pieces.
No, well, I mean, he's Boris Johnson has a very clear strategy in life, which is for Boris Johnson to be in charge. Yeah. And he thought he could game the Brexit vote in such a way that he could end up taking over the Conservative Party. You're quite right. He didn't expect the side he chose to win, but then, being the arch opportunist he's thought, maybe I could game this as well. And he did. And you know what the trouble is, with people who have no shame, is that they cannot be shamed. You can appeal to all the things that you would normally appeal to in politics. You could appeal to scruples, you can appeal to tradition, you could appeal to decency. But if people have none whatsoever, that becomes a political superpower.
Yeah. Well, definitely. I'd certainly seen with Trump, with Taboo. But Liz, you talk in the book about. What I love about the book is that it's a very clear argument, and it's you can follow it if you like me. You have no idea about economics, and the argument does seem very solid, and it's a very readable book. But Liz Truss, of course, is neoliberalism sort of put into absolute practice.
Yeah, so Liz Truss was basically a creature of the Tufton Street junk tanks.
Yeah.
She was. It wasn't just that her staff was fully populated by them; her mind was fully populated by them. She's a bit like Starmer in a way, in that she's got no convictions of her own. So she allowed these Machiavellian figures you're all aware of these so-called think tanks in and around Tufton Street in Westminster, who refuse to reveal who funds them, but when you stumble across things, you find, oh, it's the tobacco companies, it's the oil companies, it's the big banks. Who knew? Who would have guessed? Anyway, and they're the people who are charged with getting the neoliberal agenda out there. And, of course, the BBC and other media are only too happy to give it to them. One analysis found that the Institute of Economic Affairs alone was on the media 5,000 times the year before last. 5,000 times in the mainstream media. They have massive media coverage. The media creates these monsters. Not just the power of the junk tanks, but it created Boris Johnson, it created Nigel Farage, it created Jacob Rees-Mogg. They are creatures of not just the billionaire media, but also those who kowtow to the billionaire media, like the BBC. There's just endless propaganda on their behalf. But Truss, in turn, was created by those junk tanks, and all her sort of immediate circle had come straight out of Tufton Street, and confidently told her, if you do these things, wonders will occur. We'll have a marvellous, glowing future for this country, and you will be hailed as the queen of all you survey. And she was stupid enough to say, great.
Yeah, well, the book's written before Trump's second term. How do you think? There is some optimism which we must get onto at the end of the book, which I'm not sure I share with you. but how's this Trump second administration shaping up in your eyes for this?
Yeah, well, you see, it's quite interesting because Trump, like everyone on the far right, is an opportunist, and people look for ideology on the far right, but the far right always just plucks out whatever is useful to it, because it is totally unscrupulous. It doesn't care what it chooses. It doesn't have any consistent philosophy. Just whatever it can be instrumentalized, can be made use of to sustain our power. And so he himself is a curious mixture of the ultra neoliberal, rip down regulations, rip down government, destroy whole departments, especially highly inconvenient things like education. Can't be having any of that. Oh my God, people might see what's going on. So rip down all that, destroy environmental protections, destroy the tax base, stop taxing rich people, put all the economic burden onto poor people. All this is pure neoliberalism. But then he'll do something like trade tariffs. Which are very not neoliberalism. Neoliberalism and a particular form of globalization went hand in glove, and Trump runs counter to that stuff. They're still happy, the Heritage Foundation, which wrote Project 2025 and gave him his agenda in the same way that the Tufton Street mob gave Liz Truss hers. They're happy to go along with it because it's power. Yeah. They don't care. After a while, it's like they cease to stick to the script, and it's just like, we're in charge now, great. We'll go with the guy who's put us in charge. And so you can't say that Trump is himself a neoliberal, not entirely, but he is a product of neoliberalism. And in some respects, having become that product, he is much more neoliberal than anyone who went before him.
Mm-hmm. But so let's try and see if there's any way out of it, because it sort of feels like, you know, the world is moving, you know, I think just environmentally, which I know obviously is a big interest of yours, you know, everything feels like it's been left too late, but everything sort of seems to be moving towards, you know, unpleasantness, neoliberalism and fascism, which are the two things we wouldn't want. How can we be optimistic about this, and what can we do?
So I think there are things, some of which can be learnt from neoliberalism and how they organised. You know, it's quite instructive because they were really good at what they did, and I think it was the first fully conscious political movement where they could game the future, where they could say, right, let's look at what's happened, what has made previous political movements successful. Doesn't matter what they were, whether they were Marxist, whether they were Nazi, whether they were social democratic, what were the determinants of their success? How can we take those determinants and apply them? And whether it's the long march through the institutions or whether it's brute power from the centre, we'll just bring them all together and make those work. And they're this long-term strategic plan. But also, crucially, they realized something absolutely fundamental, that to create political or religious change, you need a story. And it has to be a very simple, very straightforward story, and it has to follow a particular narrative structure that I call the restoration story. Now, people argue about how many basic plots there are, and some people say 3, some say 5, some say 7. It's always an odd number for some reason. But I think everyone agrees that one of them is this thing that Peter and I call the restoration story, which basically goes like this. The land has been thrown into disorder by powerful and nefarious forces working against the interests of humanity. But the hero or heroes will fight those powerful and nefarious forces against the odds, overthrow them, and restore harmony to the land. Right? This is the New Testament story, it's the Harry Potter story, it's the Lord of the Rings story, it's the Narnia. You've heard this story 1,000 times, right? But it's also the story which accompanies all successful political and religious transformations. Every one of them has deployed a restoration story. And the neoliberals were the first people to look at this coldly and say, we need a restoration story, how do we tell it? And they told it very simply. They said the land has been thrown into disorder by the powerful and nefarious forces of the overweening state, which by crushing individual liberty and collectivizing decision-making stifles the spirit of liberty and the spirit of enterprise. But the hero, the freedom-seeking entrepreneur, will fight this overweening state against the odds, overthrow it, and restore harmony to the land. And they told this story again and again and again. They had years in which to refine it. Now, a huge part of our mistake is that we didn't recognize the need for that, to create a new story of our own. And we hadn't done that research which they did. We hadn't done that sort of almost scientific exercise that they conducted to say what makes a political revolution work. And so, you know, apart from all the other things we were missing, and there are quite a few, the fundamental, the crux of it that we were missing was this new narrative. And so when neoliberalism collapsed in 2008, we had our opportunity. You know, this was when you strike the death blow, just like neoliberalism did in 1979. It struck the death blow for Keynesian social democracy. It came forward with this fully formulated philosophy, with a very clear narrative at the center of it, with answers to all the questions. And we got to 2008, the whole thing had fallen apart. Neoliberalism caused the collapse because of the deregulation of the banks, which was exactly what it had been demanding. And we said, maybe we could have a little bit less neoliberalism, or how about Keynesianism? That was a good idea. Yeah, we like that. But you can't go back. You know, the capital had already found out how to destroy Keynesianism, you know. And so one of the things that Peter and I have done is to say, right, what is our story? And we've refined it down, looking, you know, drawing on what science tells us about what human beings are, you know, which is a much better thing than neoliberalism has told us we are. You know, we're actually much nicer, much better creatures than we've been persuaded we are. Drawing on also this this really fundamental thing. So a few years ago, I did this exercise for myself because I thought, hang on a moment, why have I never asked myself this question? What are my values? What are the fundamental, irreducible values of this person here? And it's actually a really useful exercise to do. What are the things I put above everything else, I really value? And I went through them, and there were things like, community, family, friendship. They're generally a single abstract noun is how you describe a value. Honesty, altruism, empathy, things like this. These are values I hold in high esteem. I don't always live by them because we're all hypocrites, right? But I hold them in high esteem. Now, which of these values is universally shared? Which will you find all the way from the far left to the far right across the political spectrum? And there's frankly absolutely no point in going to the far right and say, how about empathy? Shall we all do some empathy? You guys? Well, we heard what Elon Musk has said about empathy, haven't we? You're just not going to win it that way. But the one value which everyone seems to have in common is belonging. Everyone has a powerful need for belonging, a powerful urge for belonging. Even psychopaths want to belong. They want to form a group of psychopaths that they can join. And one of the reasons why fascism is now so attractive, particularly to the young men, is that many young men have lost a sense of belonging. Mm-hmm. They feel alienated, they feel isolated, they feel that no one cares, they're not part of anything. And fascism comes along and says, hey, you could be just like us. You could wear the same uniform and chant the same slogans and march to the same drums and beat the same people up. And they say, whoa, fantastic, I've got a community. The only way we're going to draw people away from that form of belonging is to create a much better, inclusive form of belonging based on our own neighborhoods, but also based on what we know about our psychology. And so the story which Peter and I tell goes like this. The world has been thrown into disorder by the powerful and nefarious forces of neoliberalism, telling us that our highest purpose in life is to fight like stray dogs over a dustbin. But the heroes of this story, the working and the middle classes, will come together and rediscover our own good nature, that actually we are the uber-social mammals. We are the most community-oriented of all mammals, with the possible exception of the naked mole rat. But we are, we stand together or we fall apart. And building on this, we will create a politics of belonging, where our neighbors become part of our community. We build genuine communities where we start to control local resources and, through participatory, deliberative democracy, local decision-making as well. We create vibrant, meaningful communities where everyone can belong. And in doing so, we roll back the forces of neoliberalism and fascism. Against the odds, we overthrow them and we restore harmony to the land.
I mean, the only problem with that, because I do like that idea, right, just as a whole, right?
Yes, but at the end, yes, to a degree, but again, these socialists are just going to repeat this neoliberal and then socialism cycle that we've been going through for the last 100 years.
Well, I mean, no. The issue is they're gonna do a whole bunch of trans black bullshit, right? That's the issue, right? The issue is, you know what I mean,
right? Well, a few other problems here, because he wants to go to this. He doesn't understand that every society needs a Democrats of some kind. So he wants to create a democratic, libertarian, regional, how you had libertarian Marxism as a reaction against state Marxism, right, of Stalin, and you had the anarchist libertarians and the libertarian Marxists wanted every town to have their own autonomy. Essentially, that's what he's going for. That's the thing. And he doesn't realize that even in that system, capital still has the freedom. All the best capitalists of your society still have freedom, despite you having your shire. This is what he doesn't realize, that unless you have men like Aragorn and Boromir and their kingdoms to protect the shire, the hobbits will always be victim to Mordor. This is what all these liberals of different shades
you're speaking Chinese to me, nigga. I never watched any of these things.
Oh shit! So unless you look, basically the problem with all these basically, I agree with a lot of what he's saying, but then he's saying that the answer to this is for the Hobbit to take over the all of Middle. Oh, yeah, you don't understand this reference. His answer is that the peasants of medieval England needs to be in charge. Essentially, that's his answer, and that's never been the answer. That will never be the answer. Look,
well, I mean, listen.
these
The
guys
answer,
are going back on different.
yeah, the answer isn't, I mean, for like the peasants to control shit. That's literally not it, right?
Right, but you can't do that. If you're a liberal or you're a Democrat, you are anti-reality from my perspective.
Yeah, I
right?
feel
Because
you.
if you
I feel
really
you.
believed in democracy, right? If you really believed in democracy, right? You should make your entire life decisions based on the democracy of your people.
Yeah.
Your financial decisions, every one of them, poll someone, poll people, poll your village, poll your town. Nobody ever fucking does that shit. Nobody believes in democracy when it comes to their fucking money, their fucking resources. They only believe in or how to take care of their family. No, they depend on their parents' culture, not a fucking democracy. This idea of depending on democracy for any decision making is retarded. It's literally an anti-hierarchical society, and social complex societies are developed when you have social classes. When you have an upper class and a lower class, that's the only time you have complex societies. Until then, you're a matriarchal society that can only grow to 10,000 and can never grow beyond that. Until you have a patriarchal emperor or king at the top, you will be a hamlet of 10,000 people indefinitely, where women control men and tell them what to do. If you want a complex society of more than 10,000 people, you cannot be democratic, you cannot be liberal, you cannot be pro-gay, you cannot be pro-prostitute.
Oh, look. Here's my thing, right? I have a squabble with the rules. I don't so much have a problem.
No, that is the biggest squabble. That is the biggest squabble. Libertarians are like, there's no values. Liberals are like, there's no values until I am in charge. Then I will create values that I want in opposition to.
Yeah. This is
so
the
all
ultimate
of this rebellion, right? This is the ultimate rebellion because all the liberals are saying, if we have a system, we would never do what the authoritarians and the kings and emperors of the past did. We will never create an upper class. Oh, you did. We will never create an orthodoxy. Well, you did.
Yeah.
We will never create a priest class. Well, you did. Right? We will never have social classes. Well, you did.
Okay.
So everything that they said that they would never do.
I don't have. Listen. I don't have an issue with the upper class. Like, I'm not I don't watch other people's pockets. That's not my fucking mentality. It never has been. I don't really give a fuck about what other people make. Right. I don't have an issue with upper classes and lower classes. I don't mind being
part
of
this
the lower
guy's
class.
coming from that perspective.
Listen, I understand, dog. I understand. Right. But that's the only part that I agree with. I agree with the part of where it's like, listen, we should have a town and a community that the motherfucker should belong to. That's the end of my agreement with this motherfucker with that shit, right? Okay.
Where did the English identity come from? It came from Alfred the Great, not the peasant. Okay,
I mean, you're right. You're 100% right because like the English have never had any type of culture of their own. I agree. Right now,
and neither did all the Celts. All the Celts were separated into 50 tribes during the Roman times that eventually got destroyed and conquered into 4 tribes. There were still 4 different tribes of Celts in Europe that could not unify under a single leader.
I mean, I don't really give a fuck if they unified, right? And I mean, like they had some type of culture. They painted themselves.
No, but they had to.
To
take down the Romans, they would have had to. Though to take down the Romans, they would have had to all unify under a single leader.
All right, I feel where you are.
But they were never able to, which is why they were never able to control. They were never able to.
I mean, like they outlasted the Romans. You know what I mean? They fucking sat here. You know what I mean? And like fucking kept like picking motherfuckers off and shit. Right?
It's the Romans. Yeah, but it's the Romans culture we're practicing, not the Celtic people. The Celtic culture has been destroyed, except in fusion with Roman and Christian values, essentially over the last.
I mean, like, look. I mean, like, I don't know whether or not Julius Caesar was bullshit or not when he went up there and fucking like, he spoke highly of him, right? You know, what I mean, it might have been like just all propaganda.
Yes, but no, we can speak highly of steppe people, but then right now, if the Mongolian steppe people can't fight against that.
Okay, all right, listen.
So even the
chill out. Listen, we're speaking, right? You know what I mean? Just as a whole. Like, I don't have a problem with motherfuckers being upper class in society, right? Like, you need industrialists, you need guys that are willing to risk, you need fucking leaders, you need to be able to.
All your yes, but all your allies in this fight are. This is the same situation John Adams was in. And what you don't realize is that your fellow allies, who you think are your allies on the socialist side, far right side, in the same project, all of them have different visions. And some of them are more democratic than yours, and some of them are less democratic than yours. This is the exact situation John Adams was in. He thought he was fighting the American Revolution to bring the British parliamentary system to America. Then he found out that 90% of the like maybe like 40% of the founding fathers were fighting for like democratic democratic liberalism, right? Like more democracy, less state power at the top of the cake and the parliamentary system. And John Adams was like, whoa, 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 whoa! I thought we just wanted the British system over here and to have our own president instead of like a British king. You guys want to have a democracy here? What the fuck? Are you fucking nuts? So you had Hamilton fighting a revolution for capitalist nationalism. You had Thomas Jefferson joining the same revolution as a democratic nationalist. And then you had John Adams fighting the same revolution for monarchic republicanism. You're falling into the same trap that John Adams.
Okay, all right. Chill. Relax. Right. I realize. I am well aware. Right. I am fucking well aware, right, that like these motherfuckers over here, right, are not fighting for the same shit that I am. I get it. 1,000,000%. Right. And that's why it is that like my ideologies, right, allow for like this fuckhead to have his shit, right, and my people to have my shit, right. So like,
boy, we're back to right wing liberalism.
Huh?
I said we're back to right wing liberalism, where we allow communists to have their own neighborhood until they take all our kids.
Yo, listen, you are always going to have, you know what I'm saying, like brownstone neighborhoods in urban areas full of coffee shops that have fucking anarcho-communists.
Yes, but we never used to let them into positions of power.
Never let them into what?
Power. Positions of power and authority. And now we let all of them into positions of power and authority.
Oh, listen, I feel where you are, 100%. I agree with you, right? We used to not let them in, and we probably shouldn't let them into power and authority. I fucking agree with you, right? Now, here's the thing, okay? What we have to do is teach them to learn how to mind their own fucking business, right? And that's very difficult for these fucking people who feel like they should be in charge, right? Because they've been in charge for 100 years. So, like, they're accustomed to being in charge. But you literally have to burn down, like, it's like Yarvin says, bro. You got to burn down their fucking shit. You know what I mean? Don't miss anything. Cut it off at the goddamn roots. Demolish it. Plant fucking trees in a fucking place. And fucking wipe it out of the goddamn fucking memory of everybody. Like, wipe it off the goddamn face of the earth. Memory hole that shit. Right? So, like, nobody knows that Harvard, Yale, and Stanford and all these places ever fucking existed. Right? You know, nobody takes
By the way, this is why...
what up?
There's one of the emperors of China who was trying to stop all the regional wars in China to unify the China. He was like the Alfred the Great of China. Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Okay? He did the same thing. He had to burn all the retarded ideologies that led them to constant war. And he burned all the books of the era. So did the Nazis. Intellectuals who are of foreign influence are the problem. That nobody's okay? Look, people think that the liberals think that you can have a society without authority. And right-wing liberals think that if you have a Christian society of Christian people, then you don't need Christian authority. But even Christian liberals...
Yo, listen, bro, I'll be honest with you, okay? Like, I have turned you up like 4 fucking times. I'm going to turn you up again. Right, but like, yo, you gotta stay close to your fucking mic, dog.
One second. Your fucking microphone is like compressing and peaking out left and right. Like every time there's a peak in your voice, it's just hitting a brick wall compression.
Sorry, is this better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Anyway, right? Like I get what you're saying, bro. Like, yo, Christianity isn't going to save you from like, you know what I mean, liberalism. It's just not. Right, as a whole, right? Your Christian nationalism is not going to work.
No.
It will not work.
It can. It's just...
It won't work. It will not work.
Completely, but Christian. Hold up, maybe not completely, right? Because the key part here is the ideology version of that, right? So I agree with you that honestly, from my perspective, there is no way out of this.
No, there is a way
So
out.
until we see the collapse of the civilization will happen at this point, because we are. You're right. We're no longer. We haven't been a Christian society in 70 years. We've been a
Yeah,
pagan
listen,
society.
listen. There is a way out,
We
bro. Like, yo,
sacrifice children.
local foods, all right? The local growing of agriculture. Every community needs to grow fucking food, right? And in doing so, you will form proper goddamn communities where human beings will fucking like actually interact with each other and need each other, and motherfucking people will work less, right? You know what I mean? Be less apt to fucking deal with the economy. Therefore, like fucking stopping people from like just thinking about only interacting with the economy because you have to fucking eat. That's how you do it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's what all the projects of the last 300 years in communes across America, whether it was corporate, religious, or secular communes, that's what they were all trying to do.
I don't know what kind of
What you have
mic
to
you're
realize
using.
is that
You got
it's
to
a
keep
shitty
your
Chinese
mic like, yeah.
Yeah, keep it like
Well, you
audio.
got to keep it like a consistent distance from your mouth all the time,
Uh-huh.
because if you're moving your head or something, it's like fading in and out all the time.
Yeah.
All right. So where was I?
Yeah, listen, I understand that like the communes had all this type of shit. I feel you, right? But like, okay, you by law, like number one, you like outlaw fucking grass. You know what I mean? In like a lot of places, you say you grow fucking food there, right? And like, yo, when you start growing food, it will immediately collapse, like the industrial agricultural system that we have. I mean, because like, you know, farmers already don't make any money growing asparagus. You know what I mean? Like just as a whole, or tomatoes, all these fucking type of things. And this will limit the interaction you have with like the outside economy, because like, yo, you can't work 60 hours a week because like, yo, you need to go like fucking take care of your garden and your fucking house and your fucking people. And you know what I mean? Like, yo, be able to like save up shit for the winter, these type of things, right? You have physical shit that you have to think about long term so that your family and you fucking eat. Right, when you have these physical things, right? Just like yo, it's like these dumb ortho bros who go, yo, I'm praying right now, man. I'm fucking thinking about praying. Like you can't put it on individuals to fix shit, right? You have to put it on whole communities. You have to fucking you have to force responsibility on people.
Whole communities that do this. It's never been communities that build their own culture from like a mutual democratic like fucking Mayflower compact. The reason why look, how do I explain this?
Okay, all right, listen. Communities always grow in like independently on their own, right? Nations don't grow independently on their own. Communities do, because motherfuckers will gather together because like yo, tribes settle in places that grow food.
Do you know how the city of Venice was found?
Yes, I do.
It was refugees from the collapse of the Roman Empire, led by a bishop who went to Venice, and then everybody followed the bishop because they trusted him.
Okay.
That was it.
All right. Yeah.
It was a bishop who started Venice, not the people.
Okay.
You keep doing this thing where you think it's the hobbits who make the Shire. No, it was the first aristocratic family who created it, and then everybody came.
All right. So, like, do you know like how I don't know, like, fucking Berlin was founded? Right.
Enlighten me.
Yeah.
How did Kiev and Rus start? It was a bunch of aristocratic families who went and started like Kiev. How did Normandy start? It was a bunch of Viking warlords who became Normanized and Frenchified, and then were given Normandy for them to raise their families.
Yeah.
There's an interesting thing about this between the two of you, because it's like, and this is another thing that liberalism fucks up and gets this wrong think in people's heads about. Most people are not called to adventure, contrary to what Jordan Peterson likes to fucking tell you. There's like, the adventurers are fucking elite people all the time. That's what you're talking about, where like the adventurers go around. It's like the bishop and like the people that lead the people. It's like, I trust that guy. I'll follow him over here. And yeah, they're all just following one big swinging dick.
Absolutely. Moses, Jesus. Jesus didn't say everybody is my fucking apostle now. He selected 12 men out of millions. He's an aristocratic man. He's an elitist. He's not a fucking populist. It's like literally in their actions, and then everybody's like, I don't know how these things Buddha, Jesus, these are singular people. This isn't like all of the Middle East saying we're all going to become Christian Jesus or some shit. That's not how things work.
Now, what Tom is talking about, though, is also happening at the same time, where after like these mover and shaker events led by the elites happen, like what Tom is describing will then like diffuse and settle out throughout that area.
Correct.
Organically.
Correct. That's the second order of what happens when like the bishop decides we're going to become Christian Venice. Now we're going to then implement those ideas into our local areas.
We already have towns, right? We already have villages. We already have cities. We already have fucking areas where people are settled, right? We're not talking about like fucking rebuilding a town from fucking scratch.
No,
right?
But you don't understand that we are in that time period because everybody has so many different values within their identity that no one has complete aligned values together anymore. Even maybe the Mennonites, I mean, like, and the Amish. But besides them in America, no one has shared values to that extent anymore that you need.
Listen, I agree with you, right? And like your values come from interactions with human beings every fucking day around you, right? Now, if you're like able to fucking sit here and go to the grocery store,
no, you keep saying that. I disagree. I disagree. You keep saying that. No, it doesn't. No, it
fucking does.
No, it doesn't.
100%
does. So Christianity came from the people. That's what you're telling me.
No.
Christian values came from the people.
No.
Oh my God, dude, this is wild.
I'm
Where did Roman values come from? Did it come from the Roman people or the Roman patriarchal families?
Yeah,
it came from the Roman patriarchal families. How did the Roman Republic start? It was all the nobles leaving, like literally abandoning their king and saying, we're going to create the Roman Republic. What part of that do you not understand? It's not the people. It's not the people saying, I'm going to create the Roman Republic. It's not the Mongolian people saying, I'm going to create the Mongolian Empire. It's so very specific people.
Was it the Roman elites, you know what I mean, who were like drawing dicks on everything on a regular basis?
Yeah, what did drawing dicks have to do with creating this fucking civilization and their social norms? Those are like peripheral retardation that you
all right. Listen,
drawing dicks on the side of the wall is like trolling. It's not fucking values.
Okay, listen.
So like Gilroy,
this guy is literally arguing that the men in the toilets of fucking gas stations for truckers are the ones that built Western civilization.
No one's saying that. I'm not arguing.
No,
that,
you are.
Right?
That's what you are. You are literally.
I am
let,
not.
Let Tom get the argument out.
All right, so here's the argument, right? So like day to day, everybody's having.
Me and Tom have been having this argument for 5 years, by the way. This is not a new argument.
I agree.
Go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead, Tom.
Okay. All right. Yo, listen, I love Gio so much, right? Fucking yo. All right. So like the argument that I'm making is that you can have you have people in an area, right? You know what I mean? Day to day, you know what I mean? Like, yo, they have to interact with one another, right? You know what I mean? And like, yo, when they have arguments and like they have problems when it comes up between fucking trade between two people, whatever it is, right? They go to a central authority and the central authority squares it the fuck out, right? And like eventually, you know what I mean? Like, yo, you'll have, you know what I mean? Like fucking rules set the fuck down and values of how you act between one another. Right? Because like your problems will have already happened at some fucking point over like a period of so many fucking, you know what I mean, hundreds of years, whatever the case is. Right? But the thing is, in the meantime, like you're having these interactions and getting to know the other people around you. Right? Like this is how
the institutions.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, listen. So, like, this is how you get to know other people, right? In your communities, because, like, and the reason why you care about other people in your community is because, like, you need them to continue to fucking survive. Because, like, they grow fucking food. That's simple.
Yes, but every farm was pretty self-sufficient throughout history but they couldn't afford any slaves on their land until a social technology developed around pre-Bronze Age, essentially, or maybe like before the Sumerian era. So
there was slaves. Slavery was invented 11,000 years ago.
Yes, but I'm saying there was a time before slavery when you couldn't even afford to feed a slave on your property. It took agricultural technology and development to get to a point where you could start affording slaves. So then now, instead of killing all your enemies, you could take some of the women. You can take one or two men with you as slaves. That didn't come about until recently.
There's another pressure on that where people's various religious beliefs in those ancient times sometimes included things like human sacrifice and stuff like that. So there was like a weird compression point that had to happen where it's like, okay, we can't afford to like sacrifice to the storm god or whatever. So what will we do instead?
True.
You had to get rid of like a certain amount of human surplus. And then it's like, wait a minute, instead of sacrificing to the storm god, why don't we have this person, do something?
Yeah, and they'll be a fucking slave.
Well, it was actually that humans saw the religion as more important. Like, so a lot of the gold in ancient China or England was not used for the king. It was more used for the church and to beautify their shrines and beautify their temples, actually. So the Chinese were known for doing this, and the English in the last 1,000 years were known for doing this. So a lot of societies were so religious because religion was the center of their economy, of everything, that they used to shit, I just lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, the gold wasn't used for economic purposes or for the state. It was used generally actually more for the temple, right? So there's something that we have to take from that. All these ancient societies could have put, money into the hand of all the gold of the temples and the churches into the hand of the oligarchs, and they chose not to.
Okay.
What they're showing you by action is that they don't think that all the elite should have all the gold, and a lot of that gold should be in the temples instead. That's saying something.
True.
And I think until we realize what.
All right. So like, here's the question, right? So like, in a traditional like fucking town, say pre 1950, okay. There's no supermarket, right? There's no like fucking Walmart. There's no McDonald's. There's no fucking Wendy's. There's no Pizza Hut, right? Like your money that you're gonna spend in that fucking town, right? In order to like go get food, is gonna stay in that fucking town or that county, right? It's not gonna go anywhere the fuck else, but like back to your own people, right? And in that situation, you end up giving a fuck more, or you care more about the motherfuckers around you because like on a regular basis you're interacting with them, and like so therefore your values as a whole in that community are just going to be better. Does that make any sense? Am I making any sense to you?
No, of course, but you're more talking about, honestly, like freedom movement is all you're talking about right now, and that's a liberal idea from the last few hundred years, and where they said that the feudal states and everybody having their own local village where their family's from was tyranny. Because you would have to stay there and deal with the consequences of your fucking laziness. If all the villagers were like, I'm going to be lazy, and well, there's 10% of our village is going to be lazy and degenerate, and no one's stopping it, well, then fuck it, I might as well be lazy and degenerate if everybody's going to be it. That's what happens down the road.
Yeah,
right?
I feel you, right.
So, look, even the value of the peasants are created by a chieftain first. That's what you're not realizing. Like Genghis Khan had to use force to unite all the 12 tribes of the 8 tribes of the Mongolians, but that took immense violence, and him to fucking kill or kowtow the remaining chieftains under him. That wasn't him convincing the people, hey, Mongolians, we're going to become the Mongolian Empire. I need your vote. No.
Again. So, like, we're talking about, like, a place with, let's call it 600 people, right? Top end. Okay, so place 600 people. Well, 500 make the fucking math even, right? So, like, you're talking about a place.
A lot of these, like, maternalist villages you're talking about, communal villages where everybody kumbaya gets along, and without male leaders, or without, let's say, patriarchy, usually devolves into matriarchy.
Yeah. Listen.
So if you're not part of a male civilization,
you're gonna need. Wait. You're going to need male violence, right? That's 100% a necessity, right? You're going to need male violence.
Civilization is preventing male violence across the board. It's a monopoly of the force of violence into the state. All civilizations are lowering down the violence of the lower and middle classes and allowing the upper classes to be a little bit more violent because they're true free men.
Okay.
So
listen.
Like a warlord from the regional area, right, can come and take over a dynasty in China or in Europe, like the Habsburgs, like William the Conqueror can literally invade England. Why? Because he's an aristocrat. So who's going to stop him? No one. That's what you're not understanding. The aristocrats are the only true free people of society. These are people, whether
Okay.
there's a state or not, would be aristocrats.
All
They
right.
would either be warlords or pirate leaders or aristocrats of functioning society. They
Listen,
would always
listen. Okay, all right. So I mean, these towns of 500 to 1,000 people that are all over the goddamn country, right? Where the vast majority of humans live. Okay. Once you end up like having them, instead of being a simulacra of a village, they become real villages where they have like little shops and all this type of stuff. You know what I mean? Just regular shit, and they're growing food, and they, you know what I mean, like they're fucking interacting with each other. You're gonna run into things like conflict, right? And you're gonna need infrastructure built. And you're gonna need like fucking central planning, like projects built. You know what I mean? Like fucking roads repaired, fucking pipes repaired, whatever the fucking case is, right? And people are gonna like not want to help. You're going to need the leadership and the patriarchy in that area to be able to like fucking go out there and kick somebody's fucking ass or like fucking do what they need to do to be able to make sure the shit fucking operates correctly, right? This is a normal thing. But like this is not everybody singing kumbaya together. This is not like an easy life. This is not shit getting better like fucking, financially, right? This is things becoming better like fucking spiritually and in a human sense. Because like you're actually having real fucking cultures and real shit and real people and like actual foods and like culture, like long-term fucking stability and traditions develop, right? That are a necessity. Because like, yo, you can have Christianity all the fuck you want to. You can have Judaism, you can have fucking Hinduism. It doesn't fucking matter, right? Because like in the end of the day, if you don't fucking need it because you have massive amounts of surplus, right? And you're able to fucking do whatever you want, you as a human are going to do whatever you want. Because nothing's going to hold you in fucking place.
Like, sure, that just sounds like a matriarchal society where everybody gets everything distributed.
And I mean, like,
actually,
as hunter-gatherer times before agricultural civilizational state. So yeah, if you want this kind of small village system, like the females are really good at maintaining this kind of equal system where there's no male violence, etc., etc. But in a male, like patriarchal, hierarchical state of any type, then like these things will have like it's not just for the sake of the village you're doing all this. That is definitely there, but I look if once you have a functioning social technology, all the things that you desire will be there, right? But if as long as you have a liberal or a democratic society, those things are impossible over the long.
What'd you say? What do you want, Breaker? Wait, Breaker's gonna say something.
Look, no king ever said I am. You listen to me. Like no king has ever tried to replace your family with bureaucrats. The liberals have. Remember that.
Okay,
no Catholic church ever had the secret police to go to your home to make sure you're Catholic. No king ever had a secret police to go to your home to that extent. So actually, democracy and liberals are the only system that actually prevent what you're asking for, right?
Listen, I agree. What were you gonna say, Breaker?
Actually, about like the matriarchal and feminine societies. Like most of the time, hunter-gatherers wouldn't have the option to do that because that entire type of culture is being driven by like dynamic adventurism. You're not called to adventure. Adventure is just how you exist. It takes a square mile of land to support one human hunter-gatherer for a week, and you've got to get the fuck out of there. Then you're constantly moving by necessity.
Yes, but there are hunter-gatherer tribes that are more nomadic and more static. For instance, religion over the long term gave excuses and a reason for hunter-gatherers to stay in one place instead of just moving along. So shrines, and there are settlements around shrines all over the world around 10,000 years ago. Göbekli Tepe, recently discovered, is a monument to this idea. Before Göbekli Tepe, people thought that agriculture started religion because Marx thought that, and liberals thought that in the 1700s. This discovery of Göbekli Tepe has shown us that it's religion that created agriculture, not agriculture that created religion. And we also know that hunter-gatherer people and even people who we haven't had contact with, they all have shamans. They all have religious leaders. The Aborigines, who were separated for 50,000 years from the rest of humanity, had religion.
Yeah.
Religion has always been with humanity. It's not something that came out of agriculture like liberals and Marxists of the 1800s.
Well, they're fucking retarded, all right? Like, everybody, I don't know, since I was a
Exactly.
child, I've known
Everything,
that,
they're
like,
wrong on
fucking
everything,
hunter-gatherers
basically.
had
They're
religion.
literally wrong on everything.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Stefan Molyneux's theory. Stefan Molyneux's theory is particularly retarded, where he was like, the original priest caste, he called them languicides, language parasites, and they like bamboozled people into giving them free shit. They were the original welfare sponges.
What? Please, bro. Please. I mean, they don't realize that
Molyneux's
religion.
Randian. He's a
Randian,
Randian
all those
libertarian.
Randian objectivists, like rationalists, all that shit. Like, you know what's so stupid about them? If you were a truly a person who loves science and was trying to be a rational person, you should ask yourself, why is it that not a single civilization that we know of in human history were atheists? Just ask yourself that. Why is it that all the selected out civilizations that have been successful by any metric whatsoever, or even competent in any metric whatsoever, why are they all religious? Why is there not a single atheist civilization? Why aren't there dozens? Why aren't there hundreds throughout our history? And all it would take is for you to realize maybe it's a